Recording in progress.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, honorable members. Can you confirm that I'm clear?
Good morning, Mr. Subrati.
Thank you. Good morning, Hajira. Okay, so thank you so much. And colleagues, you're all welcome to this morning's Portfolio Committee of Communications and Digital Technologies. May I please request Secretary to flight the agenda? Let me welcome all honorable members. I'm looking for the executives. Let me also welcome all the various departmental heads and the various leaders of the various entities. You're all welcome, fellow South Africans. Thanks, Hajira. Hajira, can you give us a confirmation if we quote and if we also quote for the adoption of reports?
Good morning, Mr. Subrati. We do correct. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hajira. Honorable members, and also may I then take the apologies for today's meeting, Hajira?
Good morning.
Please note me, Chair. My hand is up.
Good morning, Honorable Bodlani. May I recognize you?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the meeting. Chair, as a matter of procedure, and I do apologize, my camera is off because I'm using my tablet. But Chair, as a matter of procedure, can we be guided, considering that we had elected you to chair the meetings in the absence of Honorable Sangoni, and last week she presented herself and chaired the meeting, breaking the chain. Is it just then a continuation, as it were, or do we have to re-elect you into record? If we could just get guidance on that, please, so that we do not flaw in the procedure.
Well, thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Bodlani, my understanding was when I was elected as the acting chair, it was going to be in the instances where Honorable Sangoni is involved in the ad hoc commission. So my understanding is that that is taking place and hence she is not here. And therefore, I will continue to acting in her absence while she's involved in the ad hoc commission. Secretary, can you confirm that is a correct understanding?
That's my understanding. Thank you, Mr. Subrati.
Thank you. Honorable Bodlani, is that in order?
That satisfies the Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Hajira, may I please receive the apologies for today's meeting before we move to the adoption of the agenda?
Good morning, Mr. Subrati. In terms of apologies, we have an apology for the Minister in the Presidency who is attending a Cabinet Committee meeting. We also have an apology for the Minister DCDT who's delivering a keynote address at the Global Digital Public Infrastructure Summit. Further, for members, we have an apology for our Chairperson, Ms. Sangoni Diko, and also Mr. Shongwe, who's sitting on the same committee, the ad hoc committee, as well as Ms. Chaki Adonis has a standing apology. Thank you.
Thank you. I did see Honorable Choki Adonis did join us despite her being unwell. I did see her earlier join us. But thank you for those apologies. I just want to recognize DM Morolong has joined us. Thank you so much. I don't see DM Gungubele. Maybe just alert me when he's on, then I can recognize him. Thank you, Hajira, for that apologies. Can we flight the agenda again, Hajira? Honorable members, today the House is sitting at 2 p.m. and many of us, including myself, will be traveling with our transport from 12 to 12:30 onwards. We start tomorrow. So I would like us to just be mindful of that as we engage in today's presentation. I also want to then propose two amendments to the agenda, honorable members, and I would like you to assist me. The first one is I would like us to prioritize today the consideration and adoption of the BRRR report of DCDT and GCIS. And the reason I say that is we have an obligation as a committee to adopt this ahead of the Minister of Finance presenting his medium-term budget policy statement next week, I think Wednesday on the 12th. And my understanding is that BRRRs must be submitted to before that, and we have not done that as yet. And I am loath that if we do that at the end, we might have to end up deferring it, and I do not want us to do that. Additionally, I do believe that if we do the BRRRs first, it will provide us some background and foundation, because after that, then we will be receiving the first quarter expenditure from the various departments. So it will also then refresh us as we receive the further reports. So that is, I'm putting that up for consideration to honorable members, that we make that the first item. Additionally, honorable members, I've received a request from the content advisors that due to last-minute input from honorable members with regards to the strategic plan, they requested that we carry that forward to the next meeting, which I would support, because then it allows members, honorable members, to input into and strengthening the document. And if you haven't done that, then you would have that opportunity. Then I would also seek your assistance for us to then consider adding that forward. And maybe as a last item, I would then put on, there has been some important correspondence that Secretariat has shared with you with regards to NEMISA, with regards to MDDA, and with regards to a possible change in the parliamentary program, where 3 days were previously allocated for our committee days have now been committed to plenary. And then I'd like to then invite the Secretariat as the last item to then take us into what is the proposed impact of that on our committee programs. So, and then also, honorable members, as I will then also request all colleagues and departments that are here, is then to please ensure that your presentations for each of the departments does not exceed 20 minutes. I'm also proposing we do the 3 departments, that is DCDT, GCIS, and MDDA, and thereafter we engage it. And if there's any further questions, then we can then do written questions to the departments. In that way, we would have allowed them to present to us. We'll have engaged as much as we can. And if there's anything, then we can propose, I propose that we then send them questions. Honorable members, this is my proposed amendments to the, and Hajira, may I then also suggest that we also carry forward the adoption of the committee minutes, because I do believe we should prioritize the BRRR. If time allows us, we bring that right at the end, please. Thank you. Honorable members, that is my proposed amendments to it. May I please then invite you for your input and your assistance and support to adopting this proposed amended agenda. Honorable Bodlani.
Thanks, Chair. I think I am in agreement with the recommendations that you are making, because, like you said, some reports are more urgent than others, and the next meetings, it's also somewhere we can also ventilate on the minutes and other things. I'm not sure if there will be enough time to really engage on the NEMISA and MDDA updates in the parliamentary program, but let's see how you manage the meeting. But I'm happy to support your recommendations on changing the agenda, so I move for the adoption of the agenda with those changes.
Yeah, Bonga, thank you so much, Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Mkhakha.
No. Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, leadership of the department and everybody in the platform. No, Chair, there's logic in what you are raising. I'm inclined to support Honorable Bodlani. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mkhakha. Thank you so much. So, honorable members and colleagues, as we then invite the content advisors to take us through, I have allocated an hour, and therefore I'm saying, honorable colleagues from the content advisors, as you present the BRRR, my request to you would be to focus your attention in a brief summary and then into the observations and, most importantly, the recommendations of each of these reports. I do believe that if each of the BRRRs is allocated 20 minutes apiece at the most, and thereafter we can have an opportunity for engagement. In an hour, we could deal with the issues surrounding the BRRR. That is my hope. And thereafter, my intention is that we allow 20 minutes per of the departments. That will give us an hour. And thereafter, we have an hour for engagement, and that's roughly how our 3 hours. And if then time allows, we engage the correspondence. So let me invite Mr. Maleka and Dr. Madupa. You can please indicate to us who is going first and which we can maybe take GCIS first. Mr. Maleka, Dr. Madupa.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Honorable members, DM Rolong, and the rest of the colleagues from the two departments and the entities. Chair, I would go through the GCIS BRRR report, and Mr. Maleka would then do the DCDT one, which is quite huge and expansive. Hajira, would you allow me to share?
You can go ahead.
Chair, as indicated, I would quickly go through the summarized presentation of the BRRR. I'm not too sure if you can see my document, Chair.
We can see it, Dr. Madupa.
Thank you very much. I would go through the GCIS and the MDDA BRRR, Chair, as requested. Mine is a very brief one. It's about a 30-page report, not as extensive as the DCDT one with 11 entities. This is the budgetary review and recommendation report, the BRRR for the Portfolio Committee and Digital Technologies. And this is based on the 2024-25 annual reporting performance of the GCIS as indicated, and the Media Development and Diversity Agency, the MDDA. This is a summarized version. Chair, I'll just run through the summary of the report. At the end, I'll also highlight the high-level observations from both the department and the MDDA. The BRRR, Chair, it assists the performance, as you all know, of GCIS and MDDA against the mandates, budgets, and service delivery targets. It aligns with constitutional and the legislative frameworks, including the Money Bill Amendment Procedure Act and the Medium-Term Strategic Framework. Going to the actual performance and the overview thereof, Chair, for the GCIS, the budget allocated was 760 million rands, with expenditure of 744 million, which was 97% on their spend of the allocated budget. The GCIS, they did attain, fifth year in, a consecutive fifth year. They've attained a clean audit with no material findings. On the performance achievement, they've achieved about 89% of their annual targets, which was 37 out of the 42, which had been part of the APPs. The digital reach, they've reached over 1 million Facebook followers and 280 million engagements across the social media platforms. The key initiatives, as indicated in the report, there was the launch of VUCA Talks podcast. There was also an inclusion of a sign language in the post-cabinet briefs. Also, part of the initiatives as well was development of digital transformation strategy and OTT platforms, the GovZA TV. There's also publication of 3,617 SA news articles and 22 editions of Vukuzenzele. Going to the brief performance, Chair, of the MDDA. On the annual target, they had about 17 targets that they needed to achieve, Chair, and they achieved 15 of those, which was 88% of the achieved targets. They had their first unqualified audit under the current leadership, I need to emphasize, and grant funding, they had about 45 million disbursed to 33 new projects for the year under review. On the capacity building, they had about 27 workshops, 57 monitoring visits. As far as the challenges within the agency is concerned, there were delays in digitalization, digitization and audience measurement tools. The agency is still experiencing some financial challenges on community media due to rising cost and declining ad revenue. The skills gaps remains also a challenge in digital content creation. Going through the briefly, Chair, high-level observations and recommendations from the report. And I need to indicate, Chair, that I've really taken very critical, observations and recommendations thereof for both the department and the entity. As members would have read through the entire report, there will be many more observations, as it were, and the recommendations. Under GCIS, observations, the strong governance and digital engagement, it was observed. Gender equity and disability representation targets were met. 82 critical posts remain unfunded and unfilled, and that is very concerning, I must say, Chair. No dedicated funding for local government election communication. That was also indicated from the report. That was quite concerning as well. Under the MDDA, the observations from the members was that the community media sector is underprepared for digital transformation, that the community radio closures, which is quite prevalent, I must indicate, Chair, are linked to compliance and tariff-related issues with both ICASA and Centec, respectively. This is one problem, Chair, which has been ongoing for a while now. The next observation under MDDA was the inadequate funding model, which poses some serious challenge to the agency's sustainability. Briefly on the recommendations, as I'm about to finish, Chair, under GCIS, high-level recommendations, there's a need for the minister to ensure that there's an engagement with the National Treasury in order to fund the 82 critical posts that remain vacant. There's a need to finalize appointment of a Director General, which is a long and which is an overdue, really, post that has been vacant for quite some time, Chair. There's a need to resolve city system outages, which has impacted the department in the processing of the invoices within the stipulated period. There's a need that the community media regulation and code of conduct for communicators. The minister must also allocate the ring-fenced funding for local election communications, which is the local elections that are coming next year. Finally, Chair, under the MDDA high-level recommendations, the minister would need to report and close community radio stations and the support mechanisms that will be provided going forward to ensure sustainability. The minister will need to publish media diversity index findings. The minister would need to revise funding models to ensure the agency's sustainability. The minister would need to pilot digital transition strategy for community media. The minister will also need to deploy audience measurement tools for the community radio stations. The minister will also need to continue annual training for non-compliant stations to ensure the sustainability. And finally, Chair, the minister would need to use internal audits for proactive risk management within the agency to ensure that there is compliance when it comes to audit and related governance issues. Thank you very much, Chair. That's the GCIS MDDA BRRR report for the 2024-25 financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Medupe. Honorable colleagues, may I then request Mr. Maleka to take us through the very detailed document of the DCDT BRRR, please, and then we will engage.
So, good morning, honorable members, honorable and esteemed colleagues. I would like to see if I have the sharing rights. Seems like I do.
You can go ahead, Mr. Maleka.
Thank you very much, Hajira. Let's see if you can see my document. Honorable Chair, I'm not sure if you can see my document.
I can see it starting screen sharing. I'll confirm once we can see a document.
Oh, sorry, I've got the wrong document open. Sorry. I've got two documents open there. Just a second. My apologies. Okay. Okay. All right.
Mr. Maleka, you can switch off your video. Your bandwidth is not very strong. Maybe switch off your video. That will improve your bandwidth. Am I the only one who's having a difficulty hearing Mr. Maleka? Ajira, can you please confirm there is some difficulty? Because he's got a very important report to present to us this morning.
Yeah, we are having a challenge, Chair.
It's me, I can't hear you.
Okay, so there is a practical problem, Mr. Maleka. It's still saying it has started screen sharing. Mine is still saying has started screen sharing. It hasn't shown up as yet.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair. I may be able to take over just to prevent briefly on a brief presentation on the report.
That's fine, Dr. Maduka. What I would really like us to engage is the issues surrounding observations, as I said, and most importantly, the recommendations. Because I think that will also then give us a very good platform as we then engage the reports from the departments for the first quarter, which will be done after this year.
That's all noted, Chair. I would like to get Mr. Maleka to stop sharing his screen.
And maybe when you do flight it, I think on the first page there was an error on the date. It's 2024. I think it should be 2025. Dr. Madope. The note, the dates of the meetings when we had met all these entities.
Okay, that would be corrected, Chair. I need to get Mr. Maleka to stop sharing his screen because I can still see his screen. I'm not too sure if
You can go ahead, Dr. Madope.
Okay, I got it. Chair, I'm not too sure if you're able to see my document.
Yes, we can see the document now.
As indicated, Chair, I will definitely make sure that the dates are corrected accordingly. Chair, the next big report really is the BRRR on the DCDT and its 11 entities, which is quite an expansive, 80-page report, which is quite huge, as it were. As indicated earlier on, the BRRR assesses the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, DCDT, and its entities' performance for 24-25 financial year, focusing on the financial management, service delivery, governance, and alignment with national priorities. In the main, it informs Parliament's recommendations to improve efficiency, accountability, and digital transformation. Briefly, Chair, on the when opening up with the department performance overview, the department had about 25 targets that they needed to achieve, and out of 25, they achieved 90, which is 76% of the achievement, and they did not achieve about 6 of those targets, which is about 24% of the total targets. Under the program, the 6 branches under the department, which is your admin, there was a budget allocation of 273 million, and there was an expenditure of that budget of 95%, with all that branch having achieved its target. Under the ICT International Relations branch, there was a budget allocated of 75 million rand, and there was a spend of about 86% of that budget. All targets were achieved under the branch as well. Under the policy development and research, there's about 39 million that was allocated. 70% was the expenditure, with only 25%, I need to emphasize, Chair, of the targets achieved, which was really quite low. Under the SOE oversight branch, there was 1.7 I think it's billion that was allocated. About 99% of that was spent. All targets were achieved under that branch. Under the infrastructure, which a bigger chunk of that is supposed to have been focused on the SA connectors, about 1.8 billion that was allocated, with 42% spent under that branch. There was a delays as indicated, hence the underspending. There were delays in the SA Connect project. Under the Information Society and Skills branch, there was an allocation of 67 million rands, with 92.8% spent of that budget, with only 50% of the targets achieved. Challenges for the year under review, there were delays in the SA Connect Phase 2 as indicated, as has the underspending under the infrastructure branch. There was an incomplete stakeholder reporting. As part of the challenges, there was weak monitoring of inclusion, women, youth, persons with disabilities in those categories. There was underspending of 1.1 billion, mainly due to, as indicated, infrastructure delays, and the SA Connect was the biggest case in point, as it were, hence the underspending of that amount of money. Going to the audit outcomes, according to the AG's report, DCDT, they achieved a clean audit. Centec, NEMISA, FPB, and BPI, they also achieved clean audits for the year under review. Qualified audits, ICASA, Postbank, USASA, and SITA received qualified audits. Unqualified audits was SABC and ZEDNA. Disclaimer, which we would all understand, all be aware of, is that SAPO received a disclaimer, which remains concerning, as it were, Chair. Just briefly, in terms of the improvements, for the various years, Chairs, as indicated by the AG, the biggest improvement or the biggest jump from the current year under review 2024-25 was Centec, which went into the category of the greens. And I think Postbank as well, there was an improvement from, on Postbank from the previous sale. So the picture, it's sort of give an indication on where there's been improvement and which of the entities have improved in their governance and audit issues. Going to the entities' performance, the individual entities, Chair, Centec, they achieved 100% of the targets as indicated with clean audit. The financial risk due to SABC debt remains one of the biggest challenges for the entity and its sustainability. SABC, they achieved about 82% of the targets with unqualified audit as indicated, with the financial distress, aging, infrastructure being two of the major challenges for the entity, which would need to make sure that there's an attention to those two areas. And the means 100% targets were achieved with clean audit as indicated, with rising irregular expenditure as a key issue that comes out of that entity. ICASA had 92% targets of the targets achieved with qualified audit, with leave provisions dispute, weak IT systems as some of the areas that were indicated as key areas that would need to be attended to, areas that need to be focused on. FPB, they had a 100% target of the target achieved with unqualified audit with findings. Procurement weaknesses remains one of the biggest challenge for the entity. Chair, USASA had about 60% of the targets achieved. with the qualified audit. Poor financial controls, as indicated by the AG, with the travel expenses issues remain some of the two major challenges for the entity that needs to be addressed. Postbank 44 targets were achieved with qualified audits. Legacy IT infrastructure remains one of the biggest problems that needs to be attended to and resolved. Unresolved irregularities, material irregularities in this case, would also need some attention to make sure that those issues, that particular issue is resolved. Under SAPO Chair, 33% of the targets were achieved, with a disclaimer: governance collapse, funding shortfall. That's some of the issues that were picked, from the deliberation during the submission of the annual report. BBI 95% targets achieved with unqualified audit. 290 million operational loss, with irregular expenditure being one of the biggest challenges that are faced by that entity. Finally, under SITA, there was a serious regression, and I need to indicate, Chair, that the year before the year under review, they were sitting at 61% performance. There was a huge drop to 42.9% of the target achieved, as compared to, which is quite a drop as compared to the previous year. Then they were sitting as well with the qualified audit, with high vacancy rate, poor contract management. Those are some of the two issues amongst many others that were raised that would need attention, Chair. Going to ZETNA finally, ZETNA had 89% of the target achieved, Chair, with unqualified audit. The challenges within the entity law domain uptake, which they need to improve on. Cybersecurity issues also were also raised very sharply during the engagement that would need to be attended to as well. Going to the brief observations, Chair. Committee observations. The committee commented clean audits but noted underperformance in service delivery. There was also a concern over a high vacancy rate and weak consequence management, fragmentation, coordination across entities. There was also a concern around the financial distress at the SABC and SAPO, which threatens public service mandates, lack of consequence management across the portfolio, the outdated infrastructure in most entities which are not fit for purpose. There was also a lack of execution of programs that focus on the underserviced areas, people with disabilities and youth. Highlight of recommendations, Chair, to the Minister, there's an urgent need for all the critical vacancies to be filled as a matter of urgency. Establish a digital transformation task force to accelerate the SA Connect project. Launch a public dashboard to track broadband rollout and inclusion. Enforce a consequence management, which is quite key, and recovery of mismanagement of funds. Develop a blended finance model to support financially distressed entities, and the case in point here is both the SAPO and the SABC and many other entities that are within that category. The entity-specific recommendations, Chair. The Minister and the CENTEC must ensure that there's financial SABC debt agreement, and this is one of the long outstanding, issues that would need a speedy resolution, Chair. They'll need to expand rural broadband. CENTEC would need to expand rural broadband. They'll need to commercialize more on their infrastructure to ensure sustainability. For the SABC, there's a need to reform the funding model, and the Minister is busy with that particular area. There's a need to monetize more, particularly on SABC Plus, of the digital platforms. There's a need that the public broadcaster modernize their aging infrastructure. Under the Minister Chair, there's a need for the Minister to track post-training outcomes on making sure that all the employment generated from the training that will be provided by the entity, those become sustainable. There's a need for diversity of funding for the entity, a need to improve financial oversight to ensure that governance and audit, the audit areas are strengthened. For ICASA, the Minister would need to reform community broadcasting to ensure that there's been a number of community radio stations that have been experiencing challenges, and most of those have been shut down. There's a need that the Minister improve the spectrum management under ICOSA, and there's a need that for an enhancement of public engagement for awareness of the regulator, to the public and its work. For FPB chair, there's a need for the entity to fill. The minister must fill critical vacancies. There's a need that the scaling of the AI tools for the harmful online content to strengthen the monitoring mechanism on the harmful online content. There's a need for the entity to strengthen school-based safety campaigns. Under USASA, the minister must improve financial controls. The minister must also enforce legacy consequence management. There's been a lot of historical issues, Chair, when it comes to consequence management that the entity would need to deal with. So that backlog would need to be cleared as a matter of urgency. There's a need for the minister to align with the SOC rationalization to ensure that the disestablishment of the entity is speeded up. The minister will need to finalize the BRP implementation plan, strengthen governance, and and he would also need to audit the performance of the remaining branches to ensure that the sustainability and profitability for those branches that are still operational, or are still in operation, rather. For the BBI, the minister would need to resolve the issue of the long overdue regular expenditures, develop turnaround strategy, finalize the merger between Centec and BBI. For SITA, there's a need for the vacancy rate for SITA was sitting at 57%, Chair, which is quite huge. There's a need for the minister to make sure that there's filling of critical vacancies for SITA. There's a need that the minister ensure that there's automation of service delivery, fully automation of service delivery, improve audit capacity, that's quite critical, and there's a need that the issue of the regular expenditure get to be resolved as a matter of urgency. And finally, Chair, under recommendation, high-level recommendation, 4.Z, now there's a need that the minister ensure that there's promotion of .ZA domains, incentivize a registration of new domains, and needed that the entity improve on its cybersecurity gaps, which is one of the issues that was raised quite prominently during the engagement of their report. Thank you very much, Chair. That's the BRRR for DCDT and its 11 entities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Madupe, for that very, very good summarized summary of the BRRR, both of which the detailed documents have been served. So we presuppose honourable members have had an opportunity to look at it. What we have received is the summary by the content advisors. Honourable members, we have been tasked to engage the BRRR, and thereafter we have been tasked to also then adopt it with your inputs and your additions. So I therefore open the floor for members to input into the BRRR that has been presented to us. Maybe whilst honourable members gather their hands, Dr. Murubi, on my side, okay, Honourable Podlani, let me recognize you first, Honourable Podlani.
I'm speaking to myself. Thank you so much, Chair, and to the content advisors for a very concise report, but that really does cover the essence of the conversations that we have had as the portfolio committee throughout. Chair, for me, it's just 4 points and on the recommendations for the last report that we've just received. Perhaps on the SABC, we could amplify the issue of the need to review the public mandate, because that is one of the things that is an albatross for the SABC in terms of their ability to be able to survive, is the issue of the public mandate. So I don't know, Dr. Medupi and Mbom will advise on how to phrase that in the report. I know there's a sentence about, on the Centec, for example, I would have appreciated the issue of commercialization to say perhaps we phrase it as Centec needing to diversify its business. But if we are happy with how it is captured, I'm happy to go with that, but I think we must just amplify the need for Centec to really diversify its business offering. On the ICASA chair, one of the things that ICASA remains an issue with ICASA is the issue of the funding model. If we could also just bring that to the fore so that it is highlighted, and also the modernization of their systems, because that's also one of the things that we hear frequently when we engage with ICASA, where we are told, for example, that they still use an Excel spreadsheet for payments. So if we could just speak to that. And lastly, Chair, on the post office, I think one of the things we have been saying as the portfolio committee is the need to fast track the exit of the business rescue practitioners. If we could just please amplify that, I think then that will just solidify our report, and I'm again happy to move for both reports to be adopted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Padlani, for your very sharpened and focused additions. Honorable members, are there any other hands? Whilst honorable members are still thinking, maybe Dr. Maruba, may I then just deposit? I just probably got two. I didn't see any mention talking about the ECA amendment of the ECA Act. There needs to be a revisiting of that. So it hasn't appeared in part of our recommendation, so that there's a focused effort on that. I'm just throwing the idea, and you see if there's a reason for us to mention. We know that the SABC bill has been put on the back burners, so maybe that's the SABC bill itself. We did talk of the funding model, but the bill itself, I see there's no mention in terms of our recommendation of that thing. And then the vision then for Postbank is to get its licensing so that it can operate as its commercial license. I think that maybe that should be one of the recommendations, the prioritization of it being able to meet all its requirements, and the funding of the Postbank is something that's very crucial as a shareholder. We haven't mentioned that. And I think maybe that's something I would like to deposit there. Honorable colleagues, so those are the four additions from Honorable Bodlani, and I've made 3 additions. Maybe Dr. Modupe, whilst honorable members reflecting, can I then call you to reflect on the additions that we have proposed?
Thank you very much, Chair. I must indicate that these are quite comprehensive submission from yourself and Honorable Bodlani. This have been noted, and we are also transcribing the meeting. So all this has been noted, and we'll make sure that they get incorporated. Just to reiterate the submissions, or just to mention them again, is the amplification of the review of the public mandate of SABC. That needs to be part of the recommendation. Centec needs to diversify its business. That we need to rephrase the commercialization of Centec business. The funding model for ICASA and its infrastructure modernization is one recommendation that would go into the adding. The post office to fast track the exit of the minister would need to fast track the exit of the BRP for the post office to be on its own going forward. And your input, Chair, is that the ECA amendment would also need to feature as part of the recommendations. The SABC bill would also need to, to feature as well as part of, the recommendations under the ministry. The Post Bank, it would need to get its license as a matter of agency, and its funding model would need to be revisited and finalized. That one other recommendation. Those are the recommendations that I've captured, Chair, and would make sure that we amend the document accordingly before we submit the final document for the ATC and for the House to and to be considered by the House. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Maduka. On Tanisha, I did see your hand is up. You're most welcome to come in. Wish to.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you and the colleagues. I think Dr. Madupi, what I also was wondering about, he mentioned it. But Chair, I don't know if this fits here or maybe I missed it. One of the key performance failures of the GCIS was the percentage increase of advertising spend on community media. And the reason was given that the panel of community media has not been appointed. Shouldn't that be one of the, because we have consistently championed for community media as a voice of the people, shouldn't that, because now we're not clear when this panel of community media will be appointed. Shouldn't that be one of the things we pay attention to as the committee? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Delisha. I fully support you that should be prioritized. Honourable Mr. Dr. Mudupe, before I call upon you, let me see if there are any further hands. Dr. Mudupe, can you just reflect on Honourable Delisha's input?
Thank you very much, Chair. Indeed, Honourable Delisha, this is one area that the committee has been seized with for a while now, and will make sure that that recommendation is also incorporated as part of the GCIS report that would need further attention. The sooner we get this to be resolved, the better. But that's one area that needs some serious attention, as you have indicated. That will be included as part of recommendations on the GCIS report, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mudupe. Honourable members, thank you so much for your engagement and really assisting us in terms of processing these reports quickly and seamlessly. May I then, honourable members, request that we adopt these reports with the additions that have been made by Honourable Bodlani, Honourable Delisha, and myself. And then please request that we adopt the report, the BRRR, for the GCIS as well as for DCDT, if we can do that together. Honourable Bodlani, I recognize you.
Chair, I move for the adoption of both reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Bodlani. May I please request a honourable member, to second the adoption of the report? Honourable Singh and
Thank you,
Honourable
Chair.
Matafa.
Thank you, Chair. I second the proposal.
Thank you so much, Honourable Singh. Thank you so much, honourable members. So with that, the report, the BRRR, is adopted. Yebo.
Can you please note that we reserve our right as the EFF, though, in the adoption of this BRRR?
Thank you, Honourable Delisha. That has been duly noted. Thank you, honourable members, for assisting the committee to fulfill our mandate to interrogate the performance, to interrogate the BRRR, and to have it adopted. Your assistance is truly, truly appreciated. My understanding that this will now be ATC'd, and then we will then debate it in Parliament. Yabonga Kokolo, thank you so much for your assistance. May I now then request and invite the departments in the order of the GCIS. I'll invite Dear Morolong. Dear Morolong, for 5 minutes, your opening comments, and thereafter each department is given 20 minutes. That will be the GCIS, followed by MDDA, and then DCDT. That will take us an hour, and thereafter, honourable members, we can engage the three reports together. So maybe, Dear Morolong, maybe let me invite you, and then after you, your team from GCIS. And please may I request the team to be respectful of the time that I've allocated to you, so that we are able to effectively manage our time today. Thank you so much. Dear Morolong.
No, thank you very much to yourself, Acting Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, distinguished officials present in this platform. We present to you today the performance and financial report for the period 1st April to 30 June 2025. This is a first performance report linked to the Strategic Plan 2025-2030, with 2025-2026 being year one of the Strategic Plan term. Our performance for the quarter sits at 78%, which, while lower than usual GCIS levels, is still commended considering the new impact focus approach of the department. Our underachieved indicators are in branches 2 and 3, whilst Corporate Services Administration achieved 100% of its performance targets. Despite this, the GCIS has several accomplishments to report that have been achieved during quarter one. The growth in digital platforms reflects in 100% overachievement of the target. This achievement shows the growing reluctance on GCIS digital platforms as a credible and reliable source of government news. Our outreach programs implemented to mark South Africa's chairing of the G20 have given us a great opportunity for localized language products, further advancing the department's commitment to diverse language usage. In this period, the GCIS published a full edition of Vukuzenzele in Tsonga, where previous language efforts were limited to translation of certain articles in an edition. GCIS and Brand SA presented the global reputational study to FOSAT and ICT Digi clusters. This strategic engagement supports South Africa's positioning on the global stage and informs reputational management efforts. Fellow parliamentarians, under the leadership of the Minister and myself, the department has made headway in addressing the capacity constraints within the limited compensation of employees' allocation. We are confident that by the end of the financial year, all funded posts will have been filled, including the post of the Director General, which is well underway, and the Deputy Director General, Content Processing and Dissemination, that has been submitted to DPSA. As at the 30 June 2025, the expenditure profile of the department was at 24% against a linear target of 25%. Transfer payments to the entities were processed timelessly across economic classification. The department spending is as follows: compensation of employees 24%, transfer payments 27%, operational budget 23%. The Acting Director General will provide further details on this performance. Through our continued implementation against the APP, GCIS will continue to empower South Africans through credible, accessible, and inclusive information to build trust between government and South Africans. Let me, through your permission, Chairperson, invite Ndade Sandile Nene to lead our presentation on behalf of GCIS.
Thank you, Jim, and good morning, Chairperson, and to also members of the portfolio committee. Chairperson, if we had to allow us to share the presentation, what we are going to do, Chairperson, through your guidance that you have given. I'm just waiting for the presentation to be shared. Chair, what we are going to do, through your permission, is that we are going to then combine slide number 1 to 4 and then summarize the presentation, and then also we deal with slide number 5 to 10. And thereafter, I will invite the CFO to deal with the financials. If that is in order, Chairperson, we'll deal with this. Is how we're going to deal with it. Chair, at the outset, I do want to state up front that the department, in terms of slide number 4, if you were to go to slide number 4, slide. So, Chair, as we are presenting the actual strat plan, in fact, the actual Q1 performance, which is the first under the strategic plan 2024 to 29, and it's the first under the APP of the current period, which is 2025-2026. We have to start off by saying, Chairperson, that in this current financial year, we had a business unlike a sort of process. You recall that the minister presented her policy statement, or what we call the budget vote, in July, because there were issues in the environment that had led to that, including the postponement of the budget, the tabling of the budget by the Minister of Finance. But where are we, Chair? One of the things that we have always shown as GCIS is our intolerance of anything that is not related to the provisions of governance. So during the current quarter, we had to ensure that all our SMSs are disclosing their financial interest, which was 100%. This was also followed by levels 1 to 12, which had disclosed, especially those who work in finance as well as in the supply chain. One of the things that we've also done, Chair, as part of Q1, was also to deal with the GSET report, because we have an obligation to assess the state of implementation of the government communication strategic framework by all departments. So the GSET is the tool that allows us to monitor what each of the 34, 35 national departments are doing in terms of their communication output. How are these communicated? How are those communications output being communicated, both in terms of the accessibility of the language and also the platforms? And then we guide. So we can simply tell you of all the departments who is leading in what platform, including updating all their social media platforms. Chairperson, in terms of the other areas, we are at pains to explain continuously the fact that communication is hugely underfunded. Our own establishment is hugely underfunded against the growing demand that South Africans are looking for more and more government services and information that is driven by government, especially in the era where we now know that there's we live in what they call content everywhere, and some of those content everywhere products are peddling disinformation and information. So the need for GCIS to ensure that we are the authority in providing accurate and timeless information has become a bit of a challenge in the sense that we have to balance that with the cost containment. So in a nutshell, Chair, what we are now saying is that because of that in Q1, which we are going to then talk to you about, is that we are to ensure that the National Strategic Framework that was approved is workshopped in Mpumalanga, in KZN, in many other municipalities, including the provincial government, because the intention really is that it has to be cascaded down so that all our provincial government, all our municipalities are able to speak in one voice given the framework that would have been adopted. You would also notice, Chairperson, that what we do in this particular part was the first wave of track. We've said to this committee that our communication is driven by public perception research that tells us and guides us in terms of the insight. What worries South Africans in terms of the justice crime prevention cluster? For instance, what we were doing is that we were able to then develop that tracker research, and then of course then advise the different clusters. For instance, in the GCIS cluster, 64 South Africans were worried about the levels of crime and violence. And then if you look at the economics cluster, Chairperson, about 45% of South Africans were worried about the state of unemployment. And then what we do is that because that insight would have told us in terms of A, what worries them, but the type of messages and the interventions that are required. So that's the role that we have played. I'm not going to touch on what DM has said, but I think it's quite important to raise the fact that we had a target of about 200 million reach in terms of South Africans that we needed to reach annually. However, in all the GCIS managed platforms in Q1, we're able to reach 280 million. So we've overachieved the target by 80 million in Q1. And then that tells us in terms of the need to continuously reach out to South Africans. The other element is that the need for us to contribute towards building a capable ethical and development state. You would also understand that part of the offering previously, which is what we are currently doing, is the need that the Comtas report had said to us that we need to develop a government communications qualification, which we finalized with the NSG, and then this year is going to be the first intake for that. Chair, the last part, it was the issue of the Max Sector Charter Council report, where out of the 10 Transformation Sector Charter Council, a report is expected by the authority in terms of the workings of the charter. In this process, we're able to then appoint a service provider in terms of finalizing a research, the state of the next sector in terms of to determine, for instance, the number of people that are employed, but the GDPs, or at least the sector's contribution to the GDP, so that as we transform the sector, we are mindful of the need to ensure that at least we grow the economy. And then we continue in terms of our growth in terms of the language usage. And then we've exceeded that in terms of our outreach program in as far as G20 is concerned. Then the next slides, which as I've said, Chair, I'm going to, these are the campaigns that we've run. Continuously, we speak to South Africans, whether these would be at localities, in traditional authorities, in provinces, in municipalities, for instance. So these are some of the campaigns that we're able to mount in terms of ensuring that we drive communication, information to our citizens. And this is just the pictorial part of it. Then the other elements, Chairperson, is that all our campaigns would, as part of the GCIS that has the authority to run what we call a universal access service system, where we have to be everywhere, where even if it's a single South African on that platform, we've got to be there. So we're able to run the different campaigns on Youth Month, gender-based violence, and many others. And these are the different platforms that we're able to use, including the use of community media, but also the use of face-to-face interaction with South Africans, so that at least we're able to get and to interact with them without any other challenge. Chairperson, the next slides are going to talk about the areas which we've done. I think the DM has indicated that we're 78%. And then these are the different branches, 60 to 67% and 82. And the next slides. So let me just go straight to the areas of underdevelopment in terms of why we are unable to achieve. And I think it's important to contextualize here, Chair, that hey, when we started the process, if the members will recall, around Goza TV, which is our streaming platform, we had initially had 66 hours of broadcast. So we had to up our game and said we want to have 72 hours of content broadcast per week on Goza TV. Unfortunately, the teething problems that we've reported about in this committee before were one of the biggest stumbling blocks for us to achieve the 72 hours. However, we are then busy dealing with some of the elements. For instance, we are repurposing some of the existing positions so that at least we are able to find a coordinator so that we are able to then finalize it. The other element is that we are now finalizing the appointment of the audiovisual and production houses with the panel. How is that going to assist us? They are going to assist us in terms of dealing with the back-end issues. They're also going to assist us in terms of the skills transfer, and then also in terms of mining and packaging that content, because how you package content for streaming service is quite different to the content that we package in all our platforms, including the YouTube channels that we run. The other elements, Chairperson, was that we wanted to reach 5 million South Africans across all the central campaigns. By the end of the Q1, Chair, we're unfortunately still running the campaigns, and how it works is that we need to get figures from all the broadcasters and then do a campaign analysis, a post-campaign analysis report that will be able to tell us the numbers, but not just the numbers in terms of whether or not our messaging was actually well received. And that's the challenge with that. We couldn't get to that point because our campaign was running. The media buying policy, Chairperson, we were unable to conclude the consultative part. What is most important, of course, for members to recall is that the media buying policy is already covered by the government communication policy that was approved by Cabinet. That talks to two things. A, it's the 30% of advertising by the government system. And secondly, is the need for us to reserve between 1% to 5% of the department's annual operational budget towards communication, because in some instances, there were departments that had communication strategies, but those strategies were not costed and they were not funded. So we would also then finalize that. Same here with the 5% increase. By 5% increase, we always say, Chairperson, much as we always target 30%, but we used our quarter to quarter analysis report to say we want to increase by 5%. Unfortunately, as we've said, we're still, running some of the campaigns. However, the biggest challenge has also been that accessing invoice from our community media colleagues, hence the need for us to get to the point where we are able to then get to 5% increase. If I were to take you a little bit forward, Chairperson, in Q2, we are already at 103% from 5% of the target. That's how stringent we are. But we also need to stress the point, Chairperson. We are not talking about commitments. We are now talking about invoices paid on this particular one. And then in terms of the last two, Chairperson, I'm sure you must have picked up that within 2 hours, we wanted the percentage, 100% of communication intervention by GCIS within. So here we are simply talking about ensuring that there's a holding statement within 2 hours of us identifying an issue in the environment. And then you must have picked up that in Q2, of course, the issue of, amongst others, the passing on of South Africa's ambassador to France was one of the first things that we're able to do. But if you were to look at it realistically, Chairperson, of the 12 stories, only 4 were not finalized on the basis of the approval process. Again, work was done, but then we fell short on this one. In terms of the 70% of communication that were facilitated within 6 hours, again, we had 100 stories that we actually identified. But to get 200 stories, we did 96, and we couldn't do 4. That also then affected our target. In terms of the cluster communication, the 2 proactive communication training opportunities, of course, we had 1, and then the other one was postponed due to, obviously, reasons beyond our own making as GCIS. So in a nutshell, Chair, you'll see that even in areas where we've underachieved, but we missed the target on the basis of things that would have been outside of our control. Then the next element, Chairperson, is the finance, which I'm going to allow the CFO to run through it. CFO?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, the DM in the platform, the colleagues in the platform. With regards to the financial performance, the GCIS is allocated 820 million, of which 270.7 million is allocated to transfer payments, which then result in a 33% budget distribution for transfer payments. And then on COE, the allocation is 311.1 million, which is a 38% share of the total allocation. And on operational budget, the allocation is 238.5 million, which is a 29% share of the total budget. Included in the operation, we have contractual obligations to the value of 127 million, which takes about 50% of the total operational budget. Then as at the end of the first quarter, we spent 24% of our allocation, of which at economic classification, the COE spending was at 24%, operational spending was 23%, and transfer payments was 27%. Looking at the spending at the program level, program 1, can you please go back? Program 1 spent 53.6 million, which is a 26% spending against the linear target of 25%. The reason for the overs in program 1 is as a result of the high costs that we spend on the strategic planning sessions, as well as also the payment of licenses for the Zoom, as well as also other softwares that we are using within the department, and also in terms of the payment of the leases within the buildings that GCIS is occupying. And then program 2, they spent 109.1 million, which is a 24% spending against the linear target of 25%. The majority of the underspending is under your traveling and subsistence and some of the key campaigns that we are running. But however, the spending improved in the second quarter. And then on program 3, they spent 36.7 million of their allocation, which is a 23% spending against the linear target of 25%, as well as within program 3 as well, some of the underspending was around the traveling as well as the campaigns that we are running due to the slow submission of the invoices, especially by community media. So overall, GCIS spent 199.6 million, which is a 24% spending against the total budget. Can you move to the next one? And then under program 1, we have 5 sub-programs. The Office of the DDG and the DG, they spent 23% of their allocation. Corporate Services spent 26% of their allocation, and the Financial Administration, the spending was 24% of their total allocation, and Internal Audit spent 27% of their allocation. And then in terms of office accommodation, the spending was 25% of the total allocation. Then overall, the spending was 53.6 million, which with 156 available funds to be spent by year end. Can we move to program 2? Under program 2, the Office of the DDG spent 9% of their allocation. This is due to the fact that the post is still funded and will be filled as per the DM has highlighted. We also have a research analysis which spent 23% of their allocation. Products and platforms spent 19% of their allocation due to the reduction in the number of pages that are being on the newspaper, which is Fook Braille. So the savings were realized around that. And then on Communication Service Agency, they spend about 17% of their allocation. And then policy development, analysis and market modeling, the spending was at 21% in the first quarter. And then in the public entities, we transferred 28% of the Brand SA allocation and 25% of the MDDA allocation. Overall, the spending for program 2 was 109.1 million, leaving an available funds of 342 million, which will be spent by year end. Program 3. Under program 3, the Office of the DDG spent 25% of its allocation. PLL spent 23% in media engagement and cluster HDSPGA, and then cluster economic, the spending was 27% of the allocation. Then the total spending in program 3 was 36.7 million, leaving available funds of 198.2 million, which will be spent by year end. Can we then move to the next one? Then in terms of human capital, the GCIS has a total structure of 500 posts, of which 394 were filled by the end of the first quarter. 43 of the filled posts were SMS members, of which 17 were males and 26 are females. At MMS level, we had 77 posts filled, of which 32 were male and 45 were female. In other categories, we have 274 positions that were filled, of which 110 were males and 164 were females. Overall, in terms of the representation, we have 60% female representation against 40% male representation. The next one. Then looking at the employment equity targets, as African, we have 248 African employees, of which in terms of the targets, we are supposed to be at 79%, and currently we are now overrepresented at 88.3%. And then on coloreds, we have 23 coloreds, of which it's a 5.8% achievement against the target of 9%. And then on Indians, we have 10 Indians, which is a 2.5% achievement against the target of 3%. And then whites, we have now 13 whites, of which is a 3.4% achievement against the target of 9%. And then in terms of disability, we have 12 persons living with disabilities, of which is a 3% achievement against the target of 2%. Chairperson, we have some challenges around the achieving in terms of the colored Indian whites white males and females. However, as part of the GCIS recruitment plan, we have 41 posts that are vacant, of which we have 11 that have been earmarked to fill in the underrepresented groups, which is part of the plan for GCIS. And also as part of the recruitment process, we ensure that the advertisements, they specify in terms of the targets for each position that we are advertising. Can you then move to the next one? Then overall, Chairperson, we have 59 posts that are approved at SMS level, of which 54 are funded and 43 are filled. And then at SMS level, we have 11 posts that are advertised with a vacancy rate of 20%. Then at MMS level, we have 92 approved posts, of which 81 are filled. Of which 81 are funded and 77 are filled, and we have 4 that have been advertised, which leaves a vacancy rate of 5% at MMS level. Then in other categories, we have 349 approved posts, of which 300 are funded and 274 have been filled. We have advertised 26 posts at other categories, of which then leaves us with a 9% vacancy rate in other categories. Overall, Chairperson, we have 500 approved posts, of which 435 have been funded and 394 have been filled. We have advertised 41 posts, and then which then leaves GCIS with a vacancy rate of 9%. In terms of the DPSA norms and standards, the vacancy rate should be 10% and below. So as GCIS, we are within the tolerance level of 10%. We have 41 posts that have been prioritized and been funded, and which we are dealing with to ensure that they are filled by the year end, and also to ensure that within those posts, we also attract the groups that are not fully represented. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, CFO. Maybe let me then, is that a wrap, Mr. Nene Sandile? Can we move on?
Yes, that's our story, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Maybe then let me invite the chairperson of the entity MDDA, Professor. Maybe can I then invite you, and then you can lead your team? Professor Shilingani, are you with us? Okay.
Chair, I thought I said I'm going to ask the CEO to present a chairperson.
Okay. Thank you. CEO.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the committee, honorable members, Deputy Minister Morolong and Deputy Minister Gungubele, colleagues on the platforms and leaders of other public entities, Khotsong. As by the chairperson, I will be taking the committee through the presentation of the MDDA. The Deputy Minister did lay out just an overview of the agency and our performance. I'll be assisted by the CFO, who will take the committee through the performance information as it relates to our finances. With your permission then, Chair, I will just put my camera off so that I can improve my bandwidth.
That's fine.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the MDDA strategic overview is grounded in the Constitution, more specifically Section 16, which guarantees a right to freedom of expression. The agency has a view of an accessible, developmental, diversified, and a sustainable community and small commercial media, and this is what we strive for in the work that the agency does through a number of programs that are aligned to the objectives that we deliver. Specifically on the report for Q1, Chair, we had a vacancy that was at 11%, and this was for positions that were funded within the agency and not the ones that are unfunded. I am also happy to report that we have since filled some of the vacancies, focusing on the gaps within our EE targets. We have employed an individual who identifies as colored. The gaps that exist is an individual who has a disability as well as a white individual. For the positions that presently exist, we have indicated in the in the call for application for this position that we are encouraging those who belongs to those groups to please apply for the positions, and hopefully we'll then be able to achieve our EE targets. Just looking at our overall performance for Q1, the agency had 6 targets and we were able to achieve all of the 6 targets. This was mainly because of the efforts that have been put in, the additional support and intervention from the board of the MDDA agency led by Professor Tlengani Matebula, and the support we've received from the Audit and Risk Committee with Professor Mahabir as the chairperson there. Chair, just a highlight, we've had a number of media coverage that's been positive, focusing in the main on the Economic Development Fund, which is a fund that the agency is running. We are coming to the end of this fund. It was additional project that we were running from the Competition Commission. And at the point of close out, we are now only left out with the bursaries. So this project would be concluded by the end of the current financial year. We also had significant coverage at the budget vote, and this included activities wherein we had invited community media to come and showcase their work and their ability to, or their skills and also the resources they're utilizing within the community media space. Chair, we had a number of stakeholder engagements that were led by Deputy Minister Kenny Morolong, wherein we were looking at supporting community media to address some of the gaps that exist, including issues around governance, compliance within community media. In these engagements, we had invited key stakeholders, including Centec and ICASA, to present so that we ensure that community media is compliant. And this was also in the main, in the build-up to the pre-grant call applications that the agency does annually. We had also focused in the main on projects that had then not qualified in the previous year because they had compliance issues. We are in the process of finalizing the assessments, and those would then be presented to the board for consideration. We also had a number of engagements where we looked at skills development within community media. We had a computer media training literacy. We delivered this in partnership with Dizindaba and Radio Zibonele. Both are beneficiaries of the MDDA. And one of the reasons we partner with them is to continuously strengthen their own ability to engage with their communities and bring them together, focusing on the areas that they already have strength in and trusting that they will be able to continue working with their communities and delivering areas of support. We also had a capacity building initiative where we were focusing on Child Protection Week, but what was key here was a program that we were delivering on safety online, or online safety rather, focusing on school-going children. And this aligns with the agency's mandate. Chair, I have already indicated that we achieved 100% of our targets. I will now just go into the programs at a high level in the interest of time, also understanding that the members might have already seen the delivery. But just at a high level, we will be reporting against the 5 programs that the agency has. Program 1, which focuses mainly on governance, as well as our administration, grant seed and funding, including our monitoring and evaluation against the projects that we fund. Program 3 on partnerships, public awareness and advocacy, as well as capacity building and sector development, which is key in ensuring that the sustainability, including innovation, research and development. Chair, as it was indicated in our previous presentation to this committee, that the agency was able to achieve a clean audit in the Q1 of this current financial year. We have put in place measures to ensure that there's no regression, and we have an audit improvement plan that we are working with to ensure that we improve controls in the areas that the AGSA had highlighted. Chair, from a program 2 point of view, where we are dealing with grant and seed funding as indicated, we had the annual call for funding, and the work that's been done in this quarter are the assessments to look at the projects that applied for funding. As such, there were no targets under this program. However, there is work that's being done with the submission and presentation then to be made at the upcoming board meeting for the board to consider the projects that applied for funding. What's key for us to also highlight, Chair, is that we have ran the monitoring and evaluation for projects that are funded by the MDDA. And the key purpose for this is to ensure that the projects that are funded are utilizing the resources for what they are funded for, ensuring that there's also improvement in how we work, and if there are opportunities of additional support, mainly on capacity building, that is provided, or oversight for certain projects if there are challenges, to ensure that there's 100% delivery for the projects. That's key. Chair, in terms of stakeholder engagements, I indicated earlier on that because we had the call for grant for the application of funding, we did have a number of these engagements led by the Deputy Minister, but focusing in the main on issues relating to governance and compliance for the community media sector. And so we multiplied efforts in this area, but also to close the gaps that the board of the MDDA had raised on what happens to the projects once they are not compliant at the point when they apply for funding. What do we do to support them to qualify, or to at least be able to move past the assessment stage in the next funding call? We also had a number of media engagements. Chair, I will not really get much into it. I do want to highlight that we had several number of trainings that we have done. I do want to indicate that the training targets community media practitioners in the various communities. In our detailed report, we are able to include the actual number of participants per training. Majority of our trainings in this quarter were in person. And this was mainly to also ensure that we are reaching communities, including those in the rural areas across the country. Our approach in capacity building initiatives is hybrid, where we have completely in-person training, but we also have online training for the sector. We additionally also support them with access to the internet. From a governance point of view, in Q1, Chair, we had the appointment of Mr. Phili Muilwa, who represents the commercial broadcast sector under the NAB, or National Association of Broadcaster. One of the board members, Ms. Carol Mohlala's term expired. Outside of that, Chair, there were no significant changes in terms of the governance structure of the institution. Chair, I will not get much into the details of the board members and the positions that they hold. Safe to say that Professor Hlengani Mathebula remains the chairperson, with Professor Mahabir as the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee. Chair, I'll not get much into the details here. Just safe to say that the agency has realized significant savings in our expenditures where board fees are concerned, and this is largely because we have the chairperson of the board, Professor Hlengani Mathebula, who has opted to not receive fees and support the agency, and we are grateful for that. Chair, I'll now hand over to the CFO, Ms. Dinzwalo Baji, who will take us through the finance information. Ms. Baji.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair, honorable members, deputy ministers, and colleagues on the platform. In Q1, we received majority of the funds that we were expecting. The only differences were in interest income, and that's due to lower than anticipated cash reserves that we have with the Reserve Bank. This is mainly due to the funds that we receive for the USAF levy are mostly due end of Q2. And then on other income is due to timing difference with the funds that we receive from MICCTA for the interns that we host. But there was a bit of a catch up there in Q2. And then with regards to expenditure, we understand under grant expenditure by 8%. This is due to prior year commitments. If the committee can recall that when we were presenting the annual report, we did indicate that we had a savings due to commitments. So those commitments were realized and recognized in Q1. The budget has been adjusted accordingly to take that into account. As Shosho has indicated with regards to board cost, we have savings in that regard. Also due to when we budget for full complement of board members, but we currently don't have full complement, and then some board members are also employed by the state, which means they don't get fees. With regard to admin expenses, that's also due to prior year commitments. We had about 2 million on administrative costs for the as commitments that were carried over into the current financial year. We realized a savings on employee costs mainly due to vacant positions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, that will be our presentation. We will engage with the committee as they seek clarity.
Thank you, Professor Hlengani, and thank you to your team for that very succinct presentation. I think that was probably the fastest presentation, CEO, you've done. You started at 10:17 and it's now 10:30. But thank you so much for summarizing and assisting us to be efficient in our management of time. Let me then check if DM Gongobela is here. As I indicated, we'll take all three presentations and then we'll engage them thereafter. Is DM Gongobela on the call? In the absence of DM, maybe then let me invite DG Nokubela. DG, let me invite you to lead your presentation, your team and your presentation, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and a very good morning, Chair, to yourself, to the members of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. I'd like to also greet DM as well on the platform. Chair, I'm hoping that the apology has been registered for our principals. The DM has got a cybersecurity awareness event in KZN this week, and the minister is in. We've got an international DPI conference that's taking place in Cape Town. So he's officially opening that, and that's part of our G20 program. And as you know, the president has identified the digital transformation roadmap as his apex priority. I'd like to then request if we could have the presentation up, Chair, with your permission. Myself, Mr. Justice Libago from the department, as well as the CFO, would like to take you through then the Q1 of the department as well.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, DG. May I get the sharing rights? Chair, I have not been given the sharing rights yet.
If Secretariat would assist, please.
You may go ahead.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, and good morning, DG, to you as well, and members from the department. Trying to put this. Yeah. As you have indicated, Chairperson, we are not going to really spend a lot of time rather than focusing on the performance as recorded and submitted. That the department in Q1, we committed to achieve 24 quarterly targets, Chair, and then we managed to achieve 13, which is 54%, and 11, which is 46%, were not achieved, Chair. This is the breakdown of the performance by programs. Program 1 achieved 100%, Program 2 100%, and Program 3, which is policy development and research, managed to achieve only 50%. And ICT and public entity oversight managed to achieve no target at all, which is 0%. And Program 5 infrastructure development support managed to achieve 100%. They only had one target in Q1. ICT information society and capacity development had 7 and 3 were achieved, which is 43%. And overall, Chair, we are sitting at 54%. At a high level, areas where we have made significant progress with regards to the Program 1 that we are planning to implement 5% of the DCDT IT strategy, and then in that regard we achieved where we developed the terms of reference to ensure that enterprise architecture is available, to make sure that we start to implement this 5%. With regards to the 100% of valid invoice paid within 30 days, this was achieved, and Chair, I'm happy to report that this we have been doing over the years. We are doing very well to support our SMMEs. And with regards to implementation of approved disaster management, we also developed the report, the implementation plan, and we are ready in case there's a disaster in the country and assist with the area of ICT. With regards to international role of the department, we aim to have 4 country positions where we are focusing on the G20, PAPU, UPU, and WTDC. We have, in all these areas, developed concept notes and issue notes, focusing on these areas that we are targeting in Q1. And with regards to the G20 task force on II implementation plan, we managed to have a concept paper in this area. The other area on the international space is, the work that we are doing with regards to the digital economy working group outcomes. We managed to have the meetings and then also develop the reports with regards to the outcomes of that meeting. Under Program A, where we are focusing on the issue of the policy, we targeted to have a white paper on audio and audio-visual media services and online safety developed. And we had the white paper approved by the minister and signed off and gazetted on the 30th of June. With regards to the policy direction on application for individual electronic communications network services licenses, we had a public consultation on the draft policy, and then the consultation has commenced. With regards to the equity equivalent investment program, we had discussion with the DTIC and ICT sector council on EIP framework. So we have started very well. With regards to the preliminary technical regulatory studies conducted to inform the first draft SA position for the WRC 27, we have made the study contributions and submitted to the ITU working groups. So we are progressing well in this area. We will make sure that by the time this conference happens, we will have the paper published and submitted. On the draft national artificial intelligence policy submitted to the cabinet, we had the socio-economic impact assessment, conducted and done and submitted, and we have received the certificate with regards to this policy. With regards to the implementation of departmental and state-owned company priority projects in the districts, We have conducted the stakeholder consultation with our, relevant stakeholders as well as our SOEs, and that was done and successfully so. In terms of the improvement plan in the global rankings, we have done as well foundation and baseline assessment towards this ICT global ranking improvement. That was done successfully so, Chair. Be that as it may, Chairperson, we also had areas where we didn't do very well. This was mainly the area that I indicated, there are 11 targets. One is with regards to the digital economy master plan. We had a delay in terms of the appointment of the executive oversight committee members. And then this is why we have done some spade work, but there has been a delay from the ministry in terms of making sure these members are appointed. On the cost to communicate program of action, we have not done very well in terms of making sure that we had consultation and making sure that we are ready to start to make sure that this target is being implemented successfully. On the sunsetting of the 2G and 3G network in line with the next generation policy, we had also had a slow start with regards to this, but there's been a catch-up, Chairperson, as I'm speaking now, and then things, because we didn't do that consultation in the beginning of the year, of the financial year, but so far there's been some traction and movement with regards to this one. On the issue of 100% performance and compliance report from the state-owned entities analyzed and submitted to the minister, we had a delay, on the BPI. The rest of 10 SOE reports were analyzed, but there has been issues with the BPI. Not that they didn't submit on time. There was just internal administrative issues that hampered it, but this has been resolved, and then you will see when we present Q2 in the future that we have had a catch-up and recovered from this one. On the issue of the SOE Schedule 2 and 3B entities, Chairperson, this one, we didn't achieve it very well because there has been as well a delay in terms of processing the shareholder complex from the ministry. The work has happened, and then there has been a delay because of issues where they had to make sure that everything that is there is aligned with what is required in the financial year. So that is why we didn't, and we just hope we will have the catch up and make sure that we achieve this one going forward. With regards to the CETA reviewed model being developed, we had as well on this one had a challenge in terms of making sure that we process, internally in terms of the terms of reference, to make sure that we get the SUS provider to do the review. Hence, there's been a delay. We are also having a catch-up plan with regards to this one. On the roadmap to rationalize the BBI and Centec, we had also challenges with regards to the certain skills like the merger and acquisition. However, with this one, we are also working with other relevant stakeholders and GTalk as one of them to make sure that we get the expertise and the guidance with regards to this. So we'll also have a catch-up that is happening to make sure that we achieve this target. On the implementation of the digital transformation by government department monitored, with this one, we didn't get on time the implementation plans from other departments like Home Affairs and National Treasury and GCIS on time. We had this target not achieved, but we engaged, and then in Q2 there's been some good progress that we have made with regards to this target. On the search report developed to inform digital competency framework, there has been as well some delay because certain things happened after the reporting outlines that led to this target not to be achieved. But we are glad to indicate that the catch-up plan has been developed in this area. With regards to the 365 days of no violence against women, children, implemented in 9 provinces in support of the National Strategic Plan and GBV, as well, there's been issues where we didn't have the implementation plan and a program, that is specific and have a specific interventions. So that needed a revision. So this were are busy making sure that the program is being developed. That also applies to the youth and children program implemented in all. So the issue here was that there was not a program that was available to make sure that we implement this program and it become very measurable. We just hope this will also be, addressed in the coming quarters, Chairperson. Let me hand over to the CFO. I won't very much on this because, Chair, I've already indicated this is more a detailed information with regards to what I have just presented, Chairperson. And let me give the opportunity to the CFO. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the committee members. Good morning to the leadership of all the departments that are in the meeting today. I would like to start with this slide that is currently appearing, which is talking about our original budget for the 25-26 financial year. The department has been allocated a total budget of 2.546 billion in this financial year, which represents 35.85% decrease as compared to the 24-25 budget, which was 3.969 billion. This reduction is due to the prior financial year, which is 24-25. There was an allocation for SA Connect Project Phase 2, of which that allocation is no longer there in the budget of 25-26. The current budget is structured as follows. We've got compensation of employees at 331.8 million, which represents 13% of the total budget. We've got goods and services at 422 million, which represents 16.6% of our budget, of which from the 422 million, 226.1 million is allocated to the SA Connect project phase 1. Then in terms of our transfers and subsidies, we have 1.781 billion, which represents 70% of our total budget, and payments for capital asset is sitting at 10.2 million, which is only 0.4% of our budget. You can move to the next slide, please, Mr. Libako. Then in terms of our goods and services allocation, I've already spoken to the allocation of SA Connect Phase 1. Then we also, as a department, did not get a budget allocation for the G20 project, although then the expectation was that we need to prioritize from our baseline allocation for the 3 events that the department was expected to host, which we've done so. Then of the 1.781 billion for transfers and subsidies, we can split it as follows. SAPO got the highest allocation at 572 million, which is for the universal service obligation, which was already paid as at the end of Q1. ICASA gets 486 million, and a further 102 million was provided for ICASA for the licensing of the spectrum through auction process. SABC has been allocated a total of 226 million for their different programs. A total of 140 million has been allocated to USASA and USAF collectively. 108 million was allocated to Film and Publication Board, and 101 million was allocated to NEMISA. The department has got an approved organizational structure. This structure was signed in August 2024, and we are just highlighting that the timing of the signed organizational structure was after the due date of the budget processes in order to align the budget structure to the organizational structure. So as a result, we could not align the budget, the current 25-26 budget structure is not aligned to the new organizational structure. It will only be done so in 26-27. But we have received approval from National Treasury in terms of the new budget structure. It will only be implementable in 26-27. We can go to the next slide, please, Mr. Libako. Okay. In terms of our expenditure report as at the 30th of June 2025, we have spent 42%, which is just 2% shy away from the 44%, which is normally your budgeted projections that we were supposed to be at 44%. So we are at 42% of our expenditure. The administration branch is at 24% in terms of the expenditure. The international branch, which shows a red in terms of their variance, that 14 million, it's an over expenditure. That 128% under the column percentage spend against projection, it also shows an over expenditure. And this is because the G20 expenditure goes against that international relation affairs line item. Then ICT policy has just spent 17% of their budget. ICT enterprise development and SOE oversight have spent 51%. This is where mostly our transfers to entities are being paid from. If you can see on the screen, the expenditure there as at 30 June 2025 is sitting at 893 million. This is because we paid the first tranches to all the entities and 572 million of that being the SAPO's full allocation. Then infrastructure support is the one with the lowest expenditure at 4%. This is where our SA Connect Phase 1 budget and expenditure goes against this program. And as at quarter 1, the purchase orders were still being processed as at quarter 1. There was no expenditure as yet for SA Connect Phase 1. The expenditure only occurred in quarter 2. And then for ICT, Information Society and Capacity ISET, it's sitting at 21%. Yeah, so then I've already spoken to the overspending. We can go to the next slide. So as per the expenditure per economic classification, just to show that on compensation of employees, I'll speak to the variances. The expenditure was 67 million. Therefore, we have an underspending of 6.187 million under COE. This is because we do have funded vacant positions that are not yet filled because we are still implementing our approved organizational structure. The process is taking a bit long because there had to be a lot of processes that had to happen, the migration of employees, job profiling and grading processes that had to take place. Then under goods and services, the expenditure is 59,688 million, which shows also an underspending if we look at the projected budget. The underspending is 49 million. And this is because there is this huge underspending under SA Connect of 56,519 million. And the negative there of the 7,423,000 is because of the over expenditure in terms of the G20 spending. Then under transfers, there's that minor overspending of 17,000. This is because of the household payments that we then just close with shifting and shifting of the budget throughout the year. And for payments of financial assets, there is nothing. Payments of capital assets, there is that underspending of the 1 million because our expenditure for laptop has not yet occurred as at quarter 1. The processes were still unfolding for that. So we can go to the next slide. I think I'm actually done. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Libako. I'm done.
Thank you, Chair. That then concludes the presentation from the department.
Thank you, DG, and thank you to the team for your presentation and also being conscious of the time frames that have been allocated to you. Thank you for that presentation. Honorable members, we've now received 53 presentations. The presentation from GCIS, its entity MDDA, and now the department. Now we'll open the platform to honorable members to engage the presentation. And I'll start to take hands. Whilst members are just gathering their thoughts, Honorable Matafa, Honorable Ngubane, and then Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Chair, DM, and all members and guests on the platform. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity, and let me also extend my appreciation to all the presentations that were made. We really welcome them as they assist us in fulfilling our responsibility as an oversight body to the department and its entities. Chair, I'm going to speak only on the department and GCIS, but also note that there is no significance on the MDDA.
Honorable Matafa, is it possible for you to put your video on? Is it possible?
Yes, Chair. Can you see me, Chair?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, as I was saying, I'll speak on two, but also appreciate the work and interventions that were done in the MDDA recruitment of specific demographics in the country, but also in strengthening their internal management capacity. But as far as my questions are concerned, Chair, on the department, there is a statement that is made that the organizational structure is not aligned with the 2025-26 budget. Now, in most cases, the budget follows the structure and strategy, obviously. So I'm interested to find out if whether is there clarity that can be provided in terms of was this shortfall foreseen or could have it been forecasted? And what are the challenges that this particular budgetary misalignment it will bring? Because I think that there will be some pressure as far as financial control and performance monitoring is concerned, where there is misalignment. So if we can get clarity on that one in terms of how would the department respond to that reality. And then the other one, Chair, is on the issue of the SA Connect project. This is a recurring non-expenditure item and reporting, again for phase 1 in Q2. And this contributes significantly to the underspending as reported. Now, we just want to find out as a study group where we are going to find out in terms of what are the special presentations about the whole SA Connect that can be done to ensure that this under expenditure is managed and the underperformance of this particular SA Connect project. Because we believe there are national objectives that were made around this particular project. And if they are not fulfilled, there might be challenges in terms of achieving the national goals as identified. Chair, on GCIS, there's also underreporting on the reach of central government campaigns. Now, I did hear where they alluded to some interventions that were made and campaigns that were led by the DM. But the reach or the poor reach is ascribed to the poor campaign analysis, which was not completed within the quarter. Now, the question there would be, what is being done to improve the timeliness of this analysis so that we are able to be finished with real-time performance reporting and adaptive campaign management? Because where there is no analysis, and which is timeous and rapid, chances are that whenever we pick up challenges or shortfalls and we try to respond, it might be late. So we just want to find out in the interim, how can we improve such situation? And the second, which is the last one, Chair, on GCIS, is on the vacancy rate of senior management. we always speak about lack of capacity in government, hence we are unable to deliver. Now, the question would be, how does this impact on the department, on the GCIS functionality, and what measures are being put in place to ensure that there is speedy recruitment and these vacancies are filled, particularly as they relate to senior management, Chair? Those will be my only 4 points, Chair. Appreciate your time and the opportunity to participate in the discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Honorable Ngubane.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Can I also request that you switch on your camera, your camera, please, Honorable Ngubane, if it's possible? We can't hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, Chair. Is it visible now? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. My questions, Chair, are on only two, specifically in the department specifically. One is that the presentation on the budget of the ICT Enterprise Development report. I don't know whether that budget specifically, it speaks on the SOE development, the entities we oversee, or it speaks on the budget to develop SMMEs or other enterprises. If that can be clarified, because I remember on one of the conversation we were speaking about the report to receive a report from the department about the progress. I think a progress of how far are they doing in terms of developing SMMEs and ICT enterprises. If we can still be refreshed to get that report, Chair, if we didn't receive it. And then the second one is on the SETA reforms. What I saw on the presentation, they're still on the procuring stage for an entity to do some modeling. If we can get an update on that, as well as how far the procuring is at in terms of stages, and can we get the timeline of that and an updated project plan and deliverables on this project specific, because SETA is at a heartbeat of most of the department's works that needs to follow. And sometimes as who sit on other committees, we get a lot of flag and an unnecessary flag that says they don't receive the proper services from SETA. If we can get the timelines and project plan of how far this project is, and what is it intend to envisage, what is that specific reform is, so that we know. And those are only two questions from my side, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ngubane. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, regarding GCIS, firstly, thank you to the department and GCIS for the reports. We missed 22% of our targets. And Chair, there's some extremely important targets are not being that are being missed. So we need to obviously strike a balance and find out how are these going to be made up in the following quarters. I also want to find out, it says that the findings of the first wave of the tracker will be available in July 2025. I just want to know if those findings can be made available to us, because that would be interesting to see how those surveys then have worked in terms of public opinion. And regarding the vacancies, Chair, it's very concerning that there's a 20% vacancy rate in the SCM department, because we all know that when things go wrong financially and we have irregularities, it predominantly stems from the SCM department. So we are being told that positions are being advertised. Do we have a timeline for when those positions will be filled? And then, whilst they say that there's no formal environments that have been declared, there is a likelihood that shifts may be necessary. and it's talking specifically to the underspending in media buying and content production. Now, I would just like to know what the plan is, because when we don't achieve targets, moving environments to something else is not going to help the problem. So, Chair, that's my comments on GCIS. On the department, I think some of the speakers have partially covered me regarding the new model for CETA and the terms of reference being delayed. I would also like to just know what the updated status quo on that is. Chair, there's also the issue of the rationalization of the BBI and Centec, and we see that there was a delay there as well, because the terms of reference, they now say, was developed in Q2 to facilitate the procurement process. So I would actually like an update on that as well, to know whether the entire timeline is now pushed out, or will they actually catch up with the process and get it back on track? I also see that there were two programs, the one where the funding was not approved and the other one, the actual program was not approved. And it related to, I think it was the youth, and the other one was the 365 days of non-violence against women. Those are the two programs that I'm referring to. So we put that as targets, and I'm just trying to understand how did we put them there as targets if we didn't have the funding approved? And the one program now the entire program is actually not approved. I don't know how that works. And Chair, lastly, the audio and audiovisual paper, and then the progress on the analog switch off. These are strategic government projects and the SA Connect. So perhaps we could just get an update on that. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, we can't hear you, Chair.
Sorry about that, Honorable Felicia.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I am going to request to have my video off because I'm also using my iPad, and just for the stability of my internet, Chair, I request that. All right. Starting with the MDDA, Chair, my concern is that the budget allocated for the primary function of the agency, which is grant funding for community and small commercial media, is frozen, in my view, while they proceed with administrative and employee costs. So you look at the Q1 targets, they are zero. There's no grant applications that were approved. There's no funding that was given, and there's no digital support that was provided. And this is despite the approved annual targets of the 22 community broadcast projects and the print and digital projects. So this then report reveals to me really a shocking betrayal of the founding principles of MDDA. Because while they exist to fund and develop community media, which we always emphasize, and we should know this, that it is the voice of the poor and the marginalized, there's no single rand that was spent on these community radio stations in funding, the radio stations or the newspaper in the first quarter. And the budget for this core function remains inactive. but we still have, the salaries that are paid, and for me, this is a classic case of a public entity prioritizing themselves over the service delivery mandate, and it shouldn't be. And I think, Chair, we need an explanation for this paralysis and a clear plan on how these funds will be spent, to the intended beneficiaries, because these funds are not for rentals or salaries or things like that, but they do have an intended beneficiary that should be receiving them. And it is my concern, Chairperson, that the budget structure and the spending pattern of the MDDA suggests that it's becoming a really top-heavy administrative body than a development agency. I say this because the highest achievements are internal functions. Meanwhile, the external facing programs show really little to no output at all. And I think we should also pay attention to the high vacancy rate that is crippling the agency's ability to deliver services, and the recruitment process that is just so slow. And I think it should be unacceptable that it is this slow, Chairperson. And maybe, Chair, the last one with regards to MDDA is that the report mentions an ongoing office relocation project, but it doesn't provide any associated budget. And this could, and it should be, it could be really another massive unjustified expenditure, because we're not given details. So maybe we should demand, a full cost analysis and a detailed budget for this project to be tabled before this committee, so that we can see, where every cent will be going. And coming to GCIS, Chair, I think, a critical issue for me is the compensation of employees, which constitutes a large share of the budget, while the department has got a vacancy rate. I think the high compensation of employees allocation should be something that we scrutinize against the performance decline, because the performance has declined from 2024 to 2025 to the first quarter of 2025 to 2026. So that's what I think. Sorry, Chair.
No, we lost you for about 5 seconds.
So I think they also, which is something that we mentioned earlier, I think also, Chair, there should be an urgent explanation for the delay in the appointment of the panel. There should be a concrete plan and timeline to rectify this. And we should be guaranteed that there will be a significant, portion of the budget that will be for community media and best placed to reach the masses in their own language. The Deputy Minister was talking about, and maybe this is my last point, the Deputy Minister was highlighting, and which is what the report also highlights, that they produced a full edition of Guzenzele in Xitsonga as an achievement. And this is implying that it's not a norm. I thought we would all know that communication in all official languages should be a standard and an activity that is budgeted for. It's not a special achievement. It should not be. So the budget should explicitly reflect a plan and an allocation for producing and disseminating information and content in all official languages, particularly those that are historically marginalized, Chair, so that we can ensure inclusivity. I think that's all I wanted to share, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kalisha. Honorable Mkhaha.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Chair, just two questions, Chair. One is in relation to GCIS. In relation to the lack of funding for local government elections. You understand that from now henceforth, parties will be busy and communities preparing for local government election. And the communication will be central as far as that is concerned. Can I get an explanation as to what is the plan of the department to ensure that we don't experience problems as far as this campaign is concerned? This is a national mandate. It's something that we cannot, as a portfolio committee, accept. But then, what is the plan of the department to ensure that we get funding for local government election? The second one, Chair, is in relation to two entities. Post Bank, 44% qualified. SAPO, 33% disclaimer. And these are two critical entities as far as we're concerned. We're paying special attention to these entities because they've got the potential of creating more jobs, of ensuring that they provide service to our people. Now, what is the plan of the department in ensuring that we rescue these two entities from this situation? Could it be that the rescue plan for SAPO is not working? What exactly is happening? And maybe DG, in your assessment of all these entities, are you satisfied with their performance? And I know that they vary in terms of their performance, but overall assessment as a department, are you happy? Are you satisfied? Do you see progress as far as these entities are concerned in terms of their performance? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mkhaha. Let me just check for other hands. There's no additional hands. So maybe let me just deposit my reflections as well. Let me start with the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies and indicate DG 46% achievement is not acceptable to this portfolio committee. And I think you need to provide to us your plan of action of how you intend to keep it on track for the remaining part of the year. What concerns me is the 0% achievement, or 0 out of 4, on ICT enterprise public entity oversight. Public entity oversight, ICT enterprise. 0 targets met out of 4. What is this? What were these targets? What did it intend to achieve, particularly around oversight of public entities? And that's where my concern is. And also around ICT, knowing that we've established this when we reviewed the BRRR, is that there's a general lack of up-to-date ICT infrastructure in the department, generally in a department that ought to be ICT driven. There is a general lack of that there. So I would be keen to know that. Also, there was a 43% achievement on ICT knowledge. I didn't quite capture the rest of it, but maybe I'd like there to be a little conversation on that. DG, I would refer you to the Portfolio Committee on the 28th of October, which was last Tuesday, in which the ICT Sector Council appeared before this honorable committee. And in the words of the chairperson of the council, she's indicated that there has been no transformation. In fact, there's been retrogression in transformation in the ICT sector. It's an area that, as a committee, we are quite alarmed by, we are concerned by, and particularly around multinationals meeting their objectives of being able to account for their EIPs, their alternative equivalent investment, being able to account. I mean, to quote the chairperson, she would have quoted that by bypassing if they feel we are asking hard questions. And to quote the chairperson again, they then failed when asked about the deployment of funds that they had committed to. So there seems to be a lack of accountability by these multinationals that have been granted access to the ICT sector through the instrument of EEIPs. Now, I will certainly, on my contribution to the strategic plan, deposit that we need to track this. Again, to quote the chairperson of the council, she's indicated, and she used the word that it has been colonized. So, DJ, I would then task you to have a focused conversation around that because it's highlighted a lack of accountability. We didn't get a chance to meet with the DC, the Department of Trade and Industry. I'm hoping that when they come before us, they'll be able to allay the fears of the committee. I thought I'd mention that there. And initially, I welcomed the slide, and I think the slide is incorrect. It said overachieved 3 out of 3. It's actually underachieved. And I think Honorable Singh answered that question for me. Initially, I welcomed the fact that 365 days there's a campaign of violence against women and children in the 9 provinces, and that never get off the ground. Now, one of our alternative members, Honorable Megan Choki Adonis, who's at the moment tendered her apologies, and she's at the moment in an oversight in the Eastern Cape dealing with the issues of rape of our young women. So as I said, I was initially excited, but then disappointed that why is it that such an important scourge that's facing our society was not prioritized? And then maybe how then do you cut across with the portfolio committee, or rather with the Ministry of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, so that this item is prioritized? And that was on the DCDT. And maybe just a few more on the DCDT. Let me just raise a few more queries that I have on DCDT. So with regards to the department, maybe the question for us would be, there was a point in the presentation that was alluded, where it was alluded that the approved organizational structure from August 2024 is not aligned with the 25-26 budget. Now, can we get additional clarity on this point? And why is there no alignment? And if this shortfall could have been seen or it could have been forecasted, maybe then how then do you plan to resolve this structural and budgetary misalignment? And what risks does this misalignment pose to effective financial control and performance monitoring? I think my colleague, Honorable Matafa, I think, may have alluded to this. And I think it's a point of emphasis of the department of this portfolio committee, that it has become a recurring issue that no expenditure was recorded for the SA Connect Phase 1 in Q1, contributing significantly to underspending. Now, we are reaching a point as a portfolio committee where we will now require a special presentation about the whole SA Connect project and how is it managed. What are the specific delays for this? And what attention is it receiving? So for us, that is an area that we are certainly very, very seized with. Maybe the review of the CETA business model and its rationalization of BBI and Syntec, again, were delayed due to the need to appoint external service providers, citing a lack of internal skills. Maybe linked to that, then why was this internal capacity gap not identified and addressed earlier? And maybe what measures are being taken to build the strategic capability within the department to avoid such future delays? And maybe especially in light of CETA delay, how could the department not prioritize this review given the urgency and sensitivity of this entity? Maybe I'll pause there. I'll pause there and maybe move on to GCIS. GCIS, is the level of intergovernmental communication improving? because by your departmental name, Government Communication Information System, the aim and the objective is that there must be enhanced and improved interdepartmental government communications. One of the observations we have made as a committee is that we found that there was a lack of this intergovernment and perhaps intra-government. And also when we did our oversight, I think we did notice that there was no conversations, there was no communication between the different spheres of government, between between provincial, between district, and also between local government. So maybe specifically, where are we in terms of where we want to be in the map of intergovernmental communications? Because when we don't master that art, that's when the cracks start to appear. And that's where the inefficiencies creep in, the duplication of costs. And maybe linked to that, is the ideal would be where we have fellow South Africans and South Africans have a program where they have a timetable where on this particular date, there will be a set briefing by a particular department. So there is clarity. So there is information. So people can then log in and understand what is talking to us on that date. They can prioritize. And right now it's being done almost like we're firefighting. But ideally what I would like to see, and my committee would like to see, is a structured program around that. And maybe the question then to you is, what is stopping us from achieving that ideal scenario around communications and media briefings? What's holding back the production team? The target for broadcasting hours on Goza TV was not met due to a lack of a dedicated production team. And then we heard that the corrective action includes repurposing a junior admin post. Now, given the technical nature of audiovisual production, how will repurposing an admin post sufficiently address the core skills gap? And maybe what is the long-term plan for building a sustainable skill production capacity for this item? The department could not report on the reach of central government campaigns because post-campaign analysis was not completed within the quarter. Maybe what is being done to improve the timeliness of this analysis, allowing for real-time performance reporting and maybe adaptive campaign management. One of my colleagues has already alluded to the 20% vacancy rate and the impact on that, and I want to emphasize that there. And I think this is, again, I must ask a pointed question, that what progress is being made in advancing the diversity employment targets within the agency? I note it hasn't been met. My question then is, what efforts have you gone out? What have you done to ensure that you try to achieve that? And maybe then the question is, what else can we do better to ensure that is achieved? Maybe MDDA, or maybe just for GCIS as well, when do you envisage the government media buying policy being finalized? And maybe then what would its impact be when it is finalized in terms of streamlining and improving efficiencies? MDDA, I don't have too many for you, except to what was the effect of your vacancy rate and the impact on the entity? And maybe you spoke of partnerships and the importance of partnerships, and I'm sure it is crucially important because, like all entities, we are struggling for funds, and partnerships is what allows us then to solicit those funds and get those funds to serve our people. Maybe what other partnerships are you focusing on, or can you focus on? Have we thinking beyond just what we have? Yeah, so maybe that would be my question around for yourselves, for MDDA. Let me pause there, and I hope I didn't mix up my questions between the entities. And let me hand to maybe DG. Let me refer to you, DG of DCDT, and then maybe we'll go to GCIS thereafter.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, perhaps let me thank the members for the comments and the questions. And maybe whilst I invite my colleagues to come and respond on the different questions, we should have indicated a couple of circumstances of where we're at. As indicated, we do have the new organizational structure, which was then approved. We set to now, the approval of it was post the period at which we could do the adjustment in terms of the budget and the programs. So that financial, and I think the CFO will allude further, was only then readjusted in July of this year. So it was a question to ask, and especially because we are now under the MTDP, in terms of the new administration, the new priorities that we do have. I'll also turn the video. The new priorities that we do have as the administration. Whether we wanted to, we would have deferred the realignment in terms of human capital for another year, or alternatively, we start off it. And yes, it has been very difficult, Chair, which probably has then contributed to the issue. So the budget itself, what we meant earlier, meant that whilst we have the full allocation in terms of the budget itself was sitting in terms of old programs, whilst the people were moved into new functional areas. And that probably partly, now, what does that mean? The new functional areas means that there has been a decentralization as far as policy is concerned. Our intent was that you could have seen also the poor performance over the years in terms of policies, because you had a small set of people dealing with what is then the main mandate of the department, which is policy development. And this policy development at times was sitting in a disjunctured way from our entities, as well as other programmatic support as far as then the implementation and monitoring. So we decentralized policy, we decentralized the state-owned entities, again aligning. So all issues related to media, for example, as we have now, media, broadcasting, audiovisual, they're all sitting in one program, including the oversight of that. All issues related to your digital infrastructure rollout are sitting in infrastructure program, and all issues related to information society development, including obviously the state-owned agency, are sitting in the one functional area. And we're hoping that going forward, then this matter would then ensure, once the colleagues obviously have done the change management, would ensure then the adjustment of it. I'd like to invite our colleagues to just touch on the issues that were raised, maybe starting with the CFO, followed by DDG Mashologu on the CETA reform target, and then the SA Connect program. CFO?
Okay. From my side, DG, I think you have answered the question around the budget structure versus the organizational structure. We are managing the risk. I think one of the questions was asked, how are we managing the risk? We are managing the risk because in terms of the reporting that was done by Mr. Justice Libago, the performance information is still against the old budget structure. So is the financial information still against the old budget structure. So we are managing the risk in terms of the fact that we are aligned where the budget is, or what the projects within and the programs is, and how we are then consistently monitoring it on a monthly and on a quarterly basis. And I must just say that this situation is not unique to the department. There are a lot of departments that would have organizational structures changed, and really it depends on the timing of when the organizational structure was approved, because the process to get a budget structure changed, it needs a signed off organizational structure. So therefore, as DG has already explained, that our organizational structure was signed in August, and the budget issues have got strict timelines. So we missed the July, and it's not because of anything that we could have avoided, because there is also a process of the organizational structure getting approved, which also involves National Treasury. So I must say that National Treasury has always been aware that we are changing the organizational structure. Then I think I can just address the issue of SA Connect Project 1. I think I've noted that the members are saying that again in Q1 there was that delay of the payments. Yes, there was the delay. Normally for Q1, for SA Connect Phase 1, there's 2 entities that are implementing it, which is BBI and SETA. The infrastructure branch had to agree with the entities in terms of agreeing with the project implementation plan before purchase orders could be raised. So that took some time for that agreement to be reached between the entities and the project management. And as I have indicated, that payments have been made in Q2. We have already paid about 66 million that has been paid it's 66 million. BBI, it's 46 million, and SETA, we have made payments of 26 million. So we are in track in terms of the payments. It's just that in Q1, there was no payments that were then made. So I think that covers the issues that I have picked up, DG, that needs my responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I invite DG Mashalodi?
Thank you, DG. Good morning, honorable members. Honorable members, I think in the area of SETA review, the business model review, so this area is part of the bigger, rationalization of the entities. And as Honorable Ngubane, you've highlighted as well that, you've always been getting, the issues around SETA. So one of the aspects that we are trying to do as government in terms of this review process is to get a service provider that can assist, the shareholder in terms of assessing, the current business model and its effectiveness, in terms of SETA, delivering in its mandate, especially the mandate that it was formed for, but also looking in terms of, benchmarking, against, the other international government agencies that are doing the similar work. So also, I think there's been the issue of the pricing that, various departments have been complaining that the services that they get from SETA, they are not market related. So we would then like, to get, that service provider to look into, the pricing model of SETA, but also benchmark and see that, how should SETA then position itself to deliver these services. So I think broader, what we're trying to do is also to look in terms of the capabilities of SETA, to deliver, the mandate. So that is what, that review is trying to look into. But also, I think on the last point there is to look also in terms of the legislative mandate, as well as the SETA Act. Is it still in line with what we would like to achieve? If there are any recommendations in terms of, trying to position SETA for its mandate, what could be those particular recommendations around the SETA Act? So that is what we're trying to do in terms of the review of the SETA business model. And I think it's a model that will really assist us, from a shareholder point of view, to try to reposition SETA, to deliver, all these services in government, because all studies have shown that, most countries that have actually been successful in digital transformation have had one of these entities at the core of delivering these services. Thank you, all members. Back to you, DG.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. I would like to invite Mr. DDG Dixono to just respond on the SA Connect.
Yeah, thank you very much, DG, and morning to honorable members. DG, and honorable members, as it has been highlighted by the CEO, the CFO, BBI, we had basically paid them thus far 66 million. And CETA, we've paid them 26 million. This is as of the end of October. We sit with a situation where we had to sustain 970 sites of phase one. The sustenance, it also included an upgrade of this particular sites. And I think honorable members would acknowledge that upgrading of this particular sites, it cannot happen once off. So CETA has been doing this particular upgrade to ensure that the sites are responding at the best speeds of at this particular point, the recommended speed of around 10 to 200 megabits per second for the different sites. So this particular upgrade has basically happened, and as we said today, we have upgraded around 652 sites out of the 970. So as they continue to upgrade this particular sites, that's where we're going to see more invoicing coming in terms of this particular sites. And we believe, and as it has been outlined by the CFO in terms of the plans that we've basically received, all these particular sites would be upgraded before the end of the financial year, and this will ensure that the 226 that has been allocated for this particular sites, it gets to be utilized before the financial year, honorable members. So we are back on track. We might be looking like we're coming behind schedule in terms of what has been invoiced thus far, but with the numbers having grown to more than 66% of the original, and with envisaged to reaching 100%, we should be able to use this particular amount to continue sustenance of these particular sites. And that said, it doesn't mean that the sites are not functional. They are functional. We are sustaining them, and then also doing the revamping and upgrading the technology that is currently on this particular sites. Thank you, DG, and thanks to the honorable members. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And maybe before you do go, honorable members, I think there was a comment also by a number of honorable members with regards to the SA Connect program. I just want to highlight and to give the assurance. One, we've now fortunately received a formal communication from National Treasury, and I want to thank you for your support for the rollover. Both in the BRs and what we have presented previously, it is not necessarily that the project is ineffectively executed. The challenge that we faced in the previous financial year related in terms of the accounting process or measures. And that meant that before we could issue the payment and allocations to the entities, they needed to make sure, one, that they task, there's execution of the program. They then make sure that they submit the invoices to the department. And we also do the assurance of it and making sure that the sites are connected before payment can be expensed. And maybe that language is that it's a post-expenditure process than what we used to do before, where in the normal procurement process is that you would issue an order number to the supplier. They do the normal payment, or some of it has been in advance previously, and then they can draw against that. The debt has a contributory factor with regards to a delay. We now have a budget rollover, and we are working with the teams, which is BBI and Centec and CETA, to make sure that our planning for the execution is that the funding as well as the expenses is actually going to be done within this financial period. we are hoping that money will be released soon. Obviously, it's pending it being appropriated. And so we're hoping that will happen before Parliament goes into recess. The other issue that perhaps maybe just to do then the emphasis on would have been the issue of the local government. I know it was more for the GCIS, but perhaps to then say that we also are a key contributor to the success of the elections, both under the SABC as well as Centec with regards to providing signal distribution. NEMISA has a role with regards to awareness issues, especially when it now comes to fake news, and so does then the FPB as far as then the regulations on that online content. Unfortunately, we don't have a budget allocation for it. We are still engaging National Treasury with regards to this, very mindful of obviously the fiscus constraints, but we're also working with our sister department, the GCIS, in this regard. Honorable Chair, and I think honorable members, we are very much so cognizant of the very low performance of the department. It has been a number of factors exacerbating this. As I said, we did the allocations in terms of the deployment to staff between April. There were certain, especially our senior managers, who were still being placed all the way up until June. Obviously, then that meant there was a lot of instability. Let me not say a little bit within the department. As we sit now, people have been placed, they've signed, they've contracted in terms of their performance agreements, and we are hoping that going forward, we are going to see an improved performance, especially in Q3. Honorable Subrati, you asked about the 0% target as far as the under SOC governance. The delays here, honorable members, related to the issues of the performance contracts of the shareholders compact for the entities themselves. Those shareholder compact, I think it was a question of the documents themselves being misplaced between the office of the DG, the ministry, office of the DM, as well as the minister. They have been subsequently signed, and we're happy to indicate that at least that particular target going forward would then be properly sorted. Now, the other issue that was then asked, I think the other issue relates to also the performance of the entities, and I appreciate the question being asked by Honorable Mkhatha. No, Honorable Mkhatha, we do still have concerns with regards to the entities' performances themselves, and I think you will also see a picture thereof. Our biggest concern, obviously, is the financial viability of the entities. We know, obviously, the fiscal constraint from government. It means, therefore, that they are not able to have the adequate resources. Now, you must know that the entities that we are dealing with are not necessarily, they've got a public mandate issue, an obligation that they will need to fulfill. And in most instances, that public mandate is not funded or adequately funded. So you have then the scenario now where we have to constantly look for alternative means of income for our entities in order for them to avoid the scenario with regards to a regressed financial position. And we are trying we have been having, for example, meetings in this quarter, which was in October. We had a partnership program where we're looking at alternative means of funding and also alternative partnerships to see how we can increase the issue of doing business amongst ourselves as within the portfolio, but also broadly doing business with the state and government. So that work is ongoing. There was then two other questions that I think we might have missed. The one relates to the issue of the audiovisual, the update on the audiovisual and the audiovisual white paper. As you know, that it went out for public comment. We closed in terms of the end of Q2, which was September. The comments and inputs have been consolidated. There has been subsequent engagements on that. We are still on track with regards to then finalizing this audio and audiovisual white paper, and we're hoping that it will be tabled to Parliament at the beginning of the next financial year. It's going to form part of our presentation this coming Friday in greater details of both the content as well as the tracking progress in terms of where we're at. And then with regards to the SAPO and the Postbank performance assessments, this is ongoing as well. I think maybe I can also give them the opportunity to my colleague, Ms. Remilwe, and then also on the GDYC targets that I think, and I do share the sentiments with you, Chair, that the performance is not good. This remains our concern area, and as such, I've also scheduled a meeting with the Department of Women to just basically do an assessment. We've done an assessment, preliminary assessment, with regards to what other departments and how they're tracking progress. And then now the next stage is for us then to engage the Department of Women just to capacitate us to be able to see what are then the areas that we need to do in terms of our reporting, and how then do we make sure there is impact, and especially for our sector, because obviously of its wide mandate and focus. Chair, my last comment, as I said, let me, if the opportunity can be given to DDG Renilwe just to respond on that one item. Thank you.
DDG?
This was on the audio and audiovisual. I did respond on, on SAPO and the Postbank performance. My apologies, it's not DDG Renilwe, it should be DDG Gobeni on the post office and Postbank.
Where is DDG Gobeni?
Good morning, honorable members, and thank you, DG. I think, DG just touched on the work that we're doing to support the entities, particularly on the post office. We are actively looking at ways to encourage partnerships for SAPO, considering the fiscal constraints. So there's work that we're undertaking together with the other state-owned entities like the DBSA to look at how they can support us as we embark on the issues of the partnerships as well, so that SAPO can also look at alternative ways to raise revenue to fund their operations. And lastly, on the post bank as well, we have regular oversight meetings with the post bank regarding the program to ensure that they achieve commercial licensing requirements by the Reserve Bank, so that they're able to then expand their business offerings and raise adequate revenue. Thank you.
So thank you, Chair. That concludes then our response, but we still stand ready to respond further. The one question that was asked with regards to the follow-up on the report on the SMEs, we'll follow up on that, because I think we did do a response after our presentation. And then with regards to then the question that then asked to say we would need to track the progress with regards to the performance as well as the catch-up plans, we will also then provide those to the portfolio committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DG, and thank you to your team for the comprehensive replies and responses. I'm sure we have sufficiently covered. So let me also then appreciate your presentation and your responses, and then call upon dear Morolong to lead us, and you lead your team the responses to GCIS and MDDA.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to suggest that the GCIS through Mr. Sandile should start responding, followed by MDDA if the chair wants to lead the response, followed by the CEO, and then I will summarize. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, let's start with our target. So for the quarter under review, we had 37 targets and 29 were achieved and then 8 were not. That's what happened. But I think we are greatly pained by the fact that we're unable to achieve 100% target, which is our mantra at GCIS, that at all material times, we should be able to achieve the 100% of our target. Now, Chair, the findings of the tracker. So the tracker is a study that allows us, Chairperson, I'm not sure whether I'm still audible because there's a bit of noise. So, Chairperson, in terms of the tracker research.
Just one moment, Mr. Sene. Can those who are not on the call please mute your phones? Thank you. You may proceed.
Yes, the Chairperson, the tracker findings. For instance, what the tracker does is that beside it forming part of what this. So I'm not too sure, Chair. Oh, sorry, Chair. Thanks, Chair. So I was explaining that the tracker findings, we are able to then share the tracker findings. So the tracker does one of many things, as we've indicated. It gives us the insight in terms of what concerns South Africans, but also in terms of the things that they need. And on the basis of that, we are able to then have an informed messaging, but also then we are able to then, support the system across, as we've indicated, that the findings, for instance, on the number of South Africans that would have been engaged, who says the country is going in the wrong or right direction. Those are some of the indices that you'll find in the tracker. So I think we have no obligations, we have no opposition to sharing the findings of the tracker research. And of course, we also need to inform the committee that part of the development of the MTSF, or at least the medium-term program, was on the basis of the source document, among others, which was the tracker research. Of course, in terms of the vacancies, we can by now, of course, inform members that the report that we are providing is from the 1st of April to the 30th of June. And therefore, it should be read within that context that a lot has happened since then. So where are we? In most instances, if you look at slide number 23, we've already indicated that we've got about, of the 41 positions that we've identified, 11 are going to be obviously targeted for at least the demographics that we do not, or that we are lacking in. And of course, as we sit here, there's a number of appointments that have happened, but all of those appointments would have failed outside of Q1. So the Q2 is going to be a much improved program. And of course, we also had a few other challenges, Chairperson, in terms of where we had a panel, we had interviews, but we couldn't find a successful candidate. And that's the element that we want to raise. The other element is that we want to then indicate that at the GCIS, which is something that is institutionalized, if the target has been missed, the expectation from the ADG, because you write to the ADG in terms of your catch-up plan, and the expectation is that as you go about finalizing the Q2 target or Q3 target, you also have to deal with the backlog of what was missed. So we do have the catch-up plans of all the targets that we've missed in Q1. And then at some point, we're very excited, Chairperson, that we're going to be given an opportunity to present Q1 and Q2 so that what we are saying can also then be validated in terms of the presentations that we would have presented. And the other element, Chairperson, is that in terms of our coordination, we do have the branch that is responsible. But just to say, Chairperson, is that on a quarterly basis, we have what we call a government communicators forum. So we have the GCF, which is composed of national departments and their entities. And at the provincial level, we have the Provincial Communicators Forum, which is chaired by the Office of the Premier and co-chaired by the GCIS, because we do have offices in all the provinces. We equally have the District Communicators Forum. All of these things, Chairperson, are allowing us to be able to make sure that at least our communication is coordinated, but also that we speak with one voice, because where we come from is that we come from the need for us to ensure that we implement the National Communication Strategic Framework that would have been approved by Cabinet and cascaded down to the provinces. We even have publications that are beyond the one that you know, which would be of Uzenze, the My District, and as well as other platforms are what we use as part of ensuring that at least we coordinate and we facilitate communication, including at the cluster level. All DDGs at GCIS are sitting in cluster for two reasons: to assist in terms of communicating the decisions of the cluster, but also to ensure that the cluster communication plans are drafted, submitted to GCIS for approval by those clusters, and therefore the ministers and the clusters. On that point, that's why we keep making reference to the Cabinet approved communication policy, because with that policy now, Chairperson, we've even clarified who are the communicators, including the ministers, the deputy ministers on their delegated functions, MECs, the premiers, up to the level of mayors, and the DGs and the DGGs, and all specialists within government departments and all the entities, because of the need for us to ensure that we have to provide government communications at all levels, and we have to ensure that consistently we are able to communicate with South Africans. With that said, Chairperson, we were saying we are the first persons, at least the entity that said, we've realized, because we work with research, is evidence-based communication, that the majority of our communication in government is driven in English. So part of what we are doing differently is to ensure that we diversify content. So we're not talking about translation. So content diversification, if you were to pick up the Tsonga edition of Uzenze, we have the insight in terms of the media consumption patterns of the Tsonga communities. And therefore, what we then do is that we then drive content that is most accessible to that community and that is most appealing. So as much as we have the translation and editorial services, we don't translate from English to another, because if you do that, you lose context. So wanted to. On top of that, in terms of our operations, as GCIS, we adhere to the use of Official Languages Act of 2012. And for us, because we can't be everywhere in terms of our own limitations, we have the editorial and language services that translate, but at the same time, we very much are concerned about the need for us to diversify the language, including, Chairperson, that in all our provinces, we ensure that all our publications, all our communication is driven at least using the 3 official languages of that province. Then the Chairperson, the last bit on our part was the issue relating to the elections. Chair, what we have as GCIS is that we are saying that our responsibility, which is to inform citizens of their rights, of their obligations. And what we are now then talking about, Chairperson, is that one, it's true that in the last elections, we were saved by 2 departments. It was Home Affairs and it was a bit of COPTA. But what we are now saying is that what we have done, because the elections programming is not funded, what we have done, Chairperson, is that we serve in the IMC on elections, where what we have done is that we've developed a communication strategy for the elections. We've also trained all our communicators, and we've also then drafted the messages, the key messages for South Africans, which we are going to take out. On top of that, we've mobilized civil society. We work with the MDDA, we work with DCDT in terms of ensuring that we also then combat mis and disinformation during the election period. But all of those things, Chairperson, we are simply saying that these are the things that we take from our own operational budget, and because these things are not funded. It's not that we are not doing anything about it, but we are simply raising as a red flag to say part of what we are doing is that we have to now convert some of the operational budget, but also then use our strategic partnership to be able to then deal with some of the elements where funding is not available. Then the Chairperson, the last bit, I think it's the issue really about the media buying. So what we have said, Chairperson, is that the media buying is a standalone policy that interprets what is in the provision of the approved government communication policy. So in the media buying policy, for instance, one, we specify the responsibilities of a GCIS that we are providing that which is found in the Comtas report, that we should be able to be the only department that drives and ensure that there's media bulk buying to achieve economies of scale. Secondly, we are the department that should advise, because one of the things that we picked up is that some departments are using different or incorrect platforms in communicating their messages. So where is it now? Currently, the draft is finalized. The only thing that we were unable to do, Chairperson, was to actually conduct the public consultations. However, we had also socialized. On top of that, Chairperson, what we are doing is that we are running what we call a client retention strategy, so that at least we can socialize government departments that what they've been doing, including the appointment of panels, is actually the function which resides at GCIS in terms of the Comtas report. And so these are the things that we have done, but we will continue to do it, because all that we need is to ensure that the policy is approved. What is the target for the policy, the media buying policy? The target is the 31st of March. We are way beyond, in terms of, at least we are way ahead of the actual policy provisions, given the fact that the parts of the policy has also been translated, or at least was transferred to the government communication policy, where we've even indicated, Chairperson, that between 1% to 5% of each department's operational budget is. Just to give an example, Chairperson, the Department of Human Settlements sits with a budget of 33 billion, right? So if you look at 1% to 5% of that amount, that would give us huge mileage, both in terms of the monies or the budget that will be sitting in a communications department of that department. Also, that it allows us as GCIS to be able to then lead the system. Then in terms of, I think this would be the last bit, on Goza TV. So what we've said is that because the content that you find, some of the visuals that you find, those are the visuals that will be coming from GCIS, and then sometimes we then give the clean feed to broadcasters. So our colleagues are quite busy. So what we've done this is Q1 again. So what we've done is that the biggest challenge was in the uploading of our feed or content to the actual channel. Hence, we are saying the administrator position is the one where we've capacitated an internal person so that at least we are able to constantly upload. The second thing that we've also done is that we've created an integrated content development hub, so that writers that are writing for SA News, writing for Goza, writing for VOC, PSN, are even able to then take that content and write for Goza TV, and also then do what we call audiovisual, content development for Goza TV, so that we are not reliant on the specific departments which is required to develop content. On top of that, as I've said, finally, is that we are also then empowering provinces as well, so that at least they are able to then capture content, and then they use that content and upload it in our Goza TV channel. So that's in the nutshell, Chairperson, is what we've been trying to do, and that's what we are committing to do in terms of empowering South Africans. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson.
Chairperson, may I attempt to answer the questions related to MDDA? The Honorable Kilishe has asked a question around the expenditure, and let me just respond to it this way. The MDDA has spent 18 million rand on grant expenditure in Q1. This is more than what we have spent on employee cost, which was about 10 million rand. We remain very focused on delivering on the mandate of the entity. Where there are no quarterly targets, but only an annual target, this does not mean no work is being done, Chair. The MDDA continues to support the sector, including digital support, anchored in the digital strategy approved by the board, Chair. And this will mean that the management will be implementing that which the board has approved. On an annual basis, Chairperson and members, the agency does do a call for grant applications. And in this regard, the board will consider in Q3 and approve those that will have succeeded in their application. And this will be presented in Q4 when we do come and appear, Chairperson. There was a question around the vacancy rate. At present, there are no high vacancy rate that could be pointed to in respect of MDDA. I suppose the honourable member might have had the other side of the story. We only have 2 vacancies and as I speak to you today, and one of those vacancies is in the process of being filled. The remaining vacancies are actually not funded. Chairperson, you asked the issue around a partnership. The agency is partnering with both public and private entities, including GCIS, Centec, on the digitalization of the community broadcast sector initiatives, ICASA and NEMISA on training, as well as commercial broadcasters. Recent collaborations, it does include MediaMark, Kagiso Media entity to deliver training on sales and marketing, as well as Google, amongst others. Chair, I hope that this does take care of the questions that were related to MDDA, and in the event I have missed something, the team can add to what I have said. Chairperson, thanks so much.
Thanks, Professor. DG, DM, over to you.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the questions have been sufficiently covered, and I think let me just amplify firstly on the response made by the chair of the board on the indicators on disbursement of grants. So for a lack of a better word, the indicator becomes inoperative until such time that the period for disbursement commences. The period for application of grants is around July. So, and then it's followed by processing of the applications, due diligence, and so on. So by the time the fourth quarter commences, the disbursement begins. So it's not an indicator that we report on the first or second quarter. The other response I want to amplify on is the one on IGR. I think Mr. Nene has covered great ground on how the IGR communication is enhanced. The fact that we have government communicators on a quarterly basis, and the role that GCIS continues to play at a provincial level together with the premier offices or premier offices of different premiers in ensuring that we coordinate the Provincial Communicators Forum, and the footprint of GCIS through its offices in provinces and districts. It's also aimed at enhancing that intergovernmental communication. We've also said, and I'm sure we didn't get into detail about it, we've also said one of the ways of monitoring effective government communication is through what we call Government Communication Excellence Tool, which is a function of monitoring and evaluation, and which ensures that we monitor how government communicates with respect to content, with respect to language, and with respect to its platform. So we monitor different government departments on how they communicate through those three aspects. But also we guide government communication specifically on cross-cutting campaigns of different departments, so that we are then able to properly monitor the effectiveness of this communication. And we consequently, every 6 months, compile a report which elucidates on the effectiveness of communication and some of the weaknesses that are in the space of communication. The issue of the vacancy rate has been sufficiently covered, but I also wanted members to bear in mind that we are still on the first quarter. It's a period of April, May, June, and there is ongoing work. I, for instance, can report that we have successfully conducted interviews for Deputy Director General responsible for content processing. Although it still appears as vacant, but there are considerable strides made, and it obviously an indicator that we will report on this in the subsequent quarter. So I think that we indeed have covered ground on the questions, unless there are issues that are outstanding, Chair. But I'm quite content with how the responses have ensued. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Thank you. Let me thank your team for the responses. I see Honorable Chabaleng, your hand is up. Honorable Chabaleng, we have, I didn't recognize you.
Honorable Chair, thanks for the opportunity. I think I sent in a request for some answers on a generic level on some of the issues I raised. And I just wanted to see if that email was received. We can ask the Secretary. There were questions that are actually outlined in that email question. If they could be read out, I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you, Honorable Chabaleng. Hajira, can you assist us with this here? Can you maybe read out those questions? Just mindful of the fact that we are sitting at 12:16. And we want to also deal with important correspondence and the program change. So Hajira, if you can please, I know those letters are not, I did have sight of it. If you could please assist us. Yes, Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Bodlani, let me recognize you as well.
Chair, I had also written on the chat group for the department to please provide us with the latest approved organogram, please.
Okay. So maybe what I'm going to suggest, honorable members, is that in the interest of time, the questions that's come through from Honorable Chabaleng, as well as the request from Honorable Bodlani, let us send that as a committee request as questions for written replies to the department. Maybe that's the best way to process it. In that way, we'll get written responses. Okay,
that's fine, Chair. So on a quick one, Chair, that will be fine. On a quick one, I just want to clarity on it. One question that really worries me is we raised questions of community radio stations and TV radio stations. And in the reply today with regards to the report of the program we were told nicely that there is an issue of the licensing and other related issues which are problematic, which is the spectrum access for community radio stations, as well as issues relating to the fact that these radio stations are shut down and closed off because they don't have capacity to pay for
I think it's spectrum license, as well as license for ICASA. What is the plan to make sure that we mitigate against this crisis based on the delivery of this current situation? Is there any plan in place? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chipeleng. Maybe let me just provide some feedback. I recall in our recommendation in our BRRR report, we want a list of all closed radio stations, community radio stations. So as the department inputs on that, provide us with the reasons underlying why they have been closed. And then I think from that, we can then have a deeper conversation surrounding that, because we fully align. I think the committee is aligned. There's no way we can see the closure at the rate at which community radio stations are closing. We have flagged that as an area of concern. So maybe let's allow the department to provide us with that list of closed radio stations as per our recommendation. And you can also include that, Hajira, in our letter from this written questions to the department as well, together with reasons and how then are we going to mitigate that. Okay, so thank you so much, honorable members, for assisting me and processing those important agenda items so amicably. And let me thank the department officials. You're most welcome to stay on, as we will be dealing with some important correspondence, or you can exit. It's entirely up to you. Maybe, Hajira, as I invite you, and I'm not sure who's going to be doing the presentation from the correspondence in, but maybe can we deal with the issue surrounding the program, potential program change, because I heard DG indicating that she's coming on Friday, but from my understanding, there would be a change. So Hajira and Secretariat, maybe let me invite you to appraise us in terms of what's the changes in the program and therefore the impact on the committee program.
Today, Chairperson, Mr. Ngoma is here. He'll communicate.
Mr. Ngoma.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to honorable members and members of the executive colleagues that are in attendance. Chairperson, if I can just request Hajira to give me the hosting rights, the co-hosting rights, so that I can just take you through the program while she's busy with that, Chairperson. We felt that it is important that we bring these proposed changes to the committee. And just to indicate that the proposed changes are as a result of the changes in the parliamentary program as such, would also like some guidance from the members. Chairperson, if I can just start with the changes. We have a meeting that is scheduled for this coming Friday, which is the Friday of the 7th of November. That meeting was scheduled to take place the whole day, considering the agenda items that are there. However, Chairperson, because of the amendments to the parliamentary program, Friday is now plenaries. As a plenary that is starting at 9 o'clock till 1 o'clock on Friday. And part of the agenda items in that plenary is the consideration of the GCIS third and fourth quarter report. Perhaps if members were not aware of it, they are now aware that there is that consideration that is scheduled for the mini plenary of Friday in the House. So we seek guidance in terms of this meeting on Friday. We're coming with two proposals that will be guided by the members. The first one being that, considering that the plenaries finish at 1 o'clock, so the committee can then consider to perhaps hold this meeting from the afternoon, which is from 1400 until the time that it finishes, or this meeting can be postponed to a later date or even be carried over to the next term. Honorable members, that is the first one. And then the second change, honorable members, also relates to the meeting of also Friday, the 28th of November, where we expect that ICASA FPB.ZNA present their first and second quarter performance reports. This day also, honorable members, there's a plenary that is set for that day. And which also applies to Friday of the 5th of December. However, honorable members, it is safe to say that even though those the plenaries on those Fridays, but there's Tuesday of the 9th of December that has a plenary from 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but is open for the committee to use if the committee deems so necessary. But we're having these challenges, members. One is the immediate one. It relates to the meeting scheduled for this Friday, and then it's the meetings of Friday the 28th and the 5th of December. You would remember, members, previously would just make maybe an application to the office of the House Chair without bringing this matter to you. It is for those reasons that we're now bringing this matter for the committee to take a decision. Chairperson, I'll perhaps talk to the item that members would have maybe seen at the end of the program, which is on the 11th of December, when I talked to the correspondence that we wanted to bring to the attention of the committee. Thank you, Chair. That's the changes to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Ngoma. Honorable members, what is the committee's feelings with regards to this item? Maybe the question for you, Mr. Ngoma, will be how jam-packed is the New Year's program? Can this then be moved to the New Year's program? That is one option. That's the first question I would probably want to ask you. And once we look for hands from members for their input. Honorable Bodlani?
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I think the meeting on Friday, it goes without saying that we have to postpone the portfolio committee meeting, and it was going to be virtual, so there would not have been costs incurred by the department. But I'm sure we will be apologizing profusely for that, because the parliamentary program requires us to be debating on the GCIS report. So yes, we cannot be in two places at the same time. And starting the meeting after the sitting, I think is really unreasonable for members, because we already are in Cape Town and we are trying to also make plans to travel back to our provinces to do constituency work. So, Chair, my suggestion would then be for the secretariats to maybe offline revise the program with everything that Mr. Ngoma has said and bring it back to us for us to then engage further. But obviously they do have the blessings of the portfolio committee to go make amendments based on the intervening circumstances of the plenary scheduling and the House sittings, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Any other input from honorable members? So what I'm hearing from Honorable Bodlani is aligning to maybe what my suggestion has been, that we don't meet and we give priority to the plenary. And then maybe then, Mr. Ngoma, Mr. Secretariat, let us leave it to you and see how then you can factor this in the program, I think, for the first time. Take into account also that we also have a study tour that we need to undergo in the first 3 months of next year. Okay, Mr. Ngoma, let's leave it at that. You have got a mandate from us to work around that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members, for that. Members, the next item relates to the correspondence that would have come before the committee. Sorry, members, I'm just trying to get to the window, just to indicate to members that often we receive correspondence addressed to the chair and the committee, and in some instances would then forward that correspondence or write to the department for a response on any issues that are raised before us. And now, from time to time, honorable members would thus be bringing such correspondence before the committee. Honorable members, the first one that I would like to table to you would be a protected disclosure that would have received from a whistleblower, whom we have the contact details thereof regarding the governance challenges at NEMISA. And members, the Submission outlines some serious governance and ethical and operational failures at MINISA, specifically implicating the CEO, and some of the key allegations that were made, honorable members, include governance failures, as I've indicated, the avoidance of strategic decisions, disregard for internal governance structures, misleading reports to oversight bodies, in relation to procurement irregularities, interference in partner selections. An example of bank CETA is made, fast-track payments without proper documentation, inflated learner training costs, and in relation to HR mismanagement, unfair contract renewals and exclusions, favoritism and lack of consequence management, intimidation of staff, raising concerns, and in terms of disciplinary abuse, there's a selective enforcement of disciplinary action, and the use of HR processes to silence dissent. And in relation to financial mismanagement, it is irregular expenditures and prospective contracts adjustments and delays in implementing legal advices that are provided, and also misleading performance reporting, which indicates a lack of impact assessment and beneficiary tracking, inflicted success claims in training programs, and those other matters that are raised there that relate to issues of failure of consequence management and ethical concerns. Now, what we have done, honorable members, upon receipt of that communication, I then wrote to the minister and requested that and raised the concerns with him and requested that a response be provided. This is just a summary. We have shared such full correspondence, the one from the whistleblower and also the response there too. So the minister's response of 3 November acknowledged the receipt of the protected disclosure and then outlined the following actions. The department and NIMISA had received the same disclosure via the whistleblower hotline. The minister is also instructed the NIMISA board to conduct an independent investigation. Just safe to say, members, the whistleblower had indicated that this matter was forwarded through those channels of the department and NIMISA, but was not provided with a response. Hence, the matter was referred to us. I think it will be on those bases that it's indicated that the matter was already before when we forwarded it to the minister. Where it also indicates that the minister instructed the NIMISA board to conduct an investigation. Honorable members, that's what is outlined there. There's a CEO reappointment, conditional approval of 6 months from October to 31 March 2026, and the final decision is pending the investigation of the outcome. And then Minister also indicated that she's mandated the board to appoint an independent service provider by 31 December 2025 and to submit a full report and compliance response within 14 days of completion thereof. And the current status in relation to NIMISA that they've appointed the Kulakro Advisory for Internal Audit and Investigation. Also, they've also enhanced monitoring and consequence management measures that are in place. The minister has undertaken to assess the board's report and take informed decision, and the portfolio committee will then receive an update post the assessment. Suggested way forward, members, for the committee that committee could engage the department, which is request regular updates on the progress of the independent investigation, and also schedule a follow-up briefing with the department and NIMISA board post-investigation, which, if the committee agrees, it would be a matter that would also see itself into the next term's program, considering the congestion in the parliamentary and our own committee program. And also the last one is to just track whether the board meets the 31 deadline, and that the board must appoint an independent service provider to conduct the investigation into the allegation within 3 months as of the 31 December. So that is the first one, honorable members. We have shared the full correspondence, but we had prepared also this summary just to come and present to the members in relation to the disclosure that we would have received from the whistleblower relating to NIMISA and its challenges. That's the first one. Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if I can just quickly talk to the Z1 Chair before maybe members seek any clarity in relation to this too. Thank you, Chair.
I think deal with the Z1 as well.
Chair, I'm just checking whether on the screen members can see the one on ZNA.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, also here, this is just a brief report. We've shared this communique with the members, as received from one of the serving board members of .ZNA, and also the response, the full response of the minister. Honourable members, just to indicate that the short report presents the governance and financial challenges that are currently facing the ZNA, as disclosed, as I've indicated, by one of the serving board members, Ms. Veronica Mutlosi, who submitted a formal disclosure to the committee detailing a troubling pattern of governance failures and financial mismanagement within ZNA. And her account was supported by internal documentation and recordings, which highlighted the following key concerns: the misuse of company credit card. I'm not going to read through what is there, members, but just on the headings: the misuse of company credit cards, irregular remuneration practices, the CEO contract renewal amid investigations, manipulation of financial reporting, as well as operational inefficiencies and revenue stagnation, and toxic organizational culture. So as it is practice, members, we forwarded this to the minister and requested that the minister provide a response to the seriousness of the allegations. And the minister has responded as follows. The interventions that have been made, first of all, is an independent investigation. Malachi and company attorneys were appointed to investigate the financial misconduct and remuneration irregularities. Their findings confirmed the misuse of credit card overpayments to board members and procedural flaws in board resolutions. And in relation to the CEO suspension, following the investigation, the CEO was suspended on 7 October 2025. Disciplinary proceedings are underway, and the department is monitoring the process to ensure compliance with governance standard. And in terms of governance reforms, the department proposed amendments to ZNA's Memorandum of Incorporation to require ministerial approval for board remuneration. It is also committed to formalizing whistleblower protection policies to safeguard those who report misconduct. So the oversight considerations for the committee, we urge the committee to take the following into account: regular updates from the department on disciplinary outcomes and governance reforms are essential. Board accountability, that the committee should monitor actions taken against implicated board members and assess the independence of internal investigation. And the recommendations for the immediate actions, that the committee convene a follow-up briefing with the minister and ZNA representatives, as I've indicated in the previous communication. Honourable members, this is also likely to fall within the next term. And then the medium-term measures, the department is to strengthen internal audit and risk management functions within ZNA, and the department will also need to ensure a full implementation of a framework for ethical reporting and whistleblower protection. And the long-term strategy is that the department is to institutionalize governance training for board members. And in conclusion, disclosures and the department responses reveal systematic governance failures that threaten ZNA's sustainability and credibility. The committee must act decisively to restore public trust, ensure accountability, and safeguard the integrity of the digital governance institutions. And the last one, Chairperson, is the matter of that's been raised by the MDDA. Staff members addressed to the minister in the presidency and the deputy minister, and we as the committee have been copied there too, and this matter relates also to similar challenges within the MDDA. And so members, the issues at MDDA have been forthcoming. These challenges, they have been raised with the committee. So it was on those reasons, members, that we would have seen in the previous presentation of the committee program. There was a date there that appeared right at the end of the program, which was speaking to, which was talking to the oversight visit to the MDDA. My sincere apologies, members, as I'm talking. I'm just trying to get to that document so that I can also just flight it on the screen. As such, because of the challenges, members, that would have been highlighted in that letter from the MDDA staff members to the deputy ministers, to the presidency. It was on those reasons that our support, my colleagues, in particular the content advisors, decided to draft a concept note for a special oversight, perhaps to the MDDA on that 11th of December. An oversight that would be similar to the one that this committee conducted in 2024 December to State Information Technology Agency, which is SITA in this instance. Honorable members, I didn't want to share this concept note with you without having provided a brief background on how we arrived at developing this note. So this note will be shared by members, and further communication regarding whether there is an agreement and or not in relation to this proposed special oversight visit of 11 December can maybe be decided and agreed to on the group. I'm saying that in order to try and save time. I know some members will need to rush to go and attend the House sitting at 2 o'clock. So those are the matters, Chairperson, the MDDA matter, the .ZNA matter, as well as the NEMISA matter. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Ngoma. Just so that I understand what the Secretariat together with the content advisors have done. We've received 3 complaints of concerns from NEMISA, from MDDA, and from ZNA. You all have looked at what has been done. I know that the Minister has responded to 2 extent of correction. Then you have proposed, you've triaged it at 3. What you say is that you consider that the MDDA one of the 3 should be one where we should carry out an oversight visit. Would that be correct, my understanding? And the other 2, since there has been some integral work done by the ministry has initiated, we then rely on those reports, and then you're proposing that we have a focused discussion maybe in the new year, in the first term of the new year, with those 2 entities. Mr. Ngoma, can I just get a confirmation of that's how you all have processed these 3?
You are correct, Chairperson. That is the request from our side. And also, Chair, just to indicate perhaps that we've also prepared a letter that would be going out to the Minister, and the Deputy Minister and the Presidency, so that we can also have responses from them in relation to the MDDA matters, whilst if given a go-ahead by this committee, we are busy preparing for that special oversight visit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ngoma. I think what's clearly needed is for this committee to be decisive and to respond. Let me appreciate the way Secretariat is guided and assisted by the content advisors have actually looked at it, and as you have triaged it, I think you have made our task a lot easier. And I'm assuming that the letters, including the responses from the minister, the ministers have been shared with the honorable members, or it will be shared with the members. So they have sight over what the responses have been. I know the Minister of DCDT, for example, has provided some detailed responses, and has already the department has gotten together. So, members, this is the proposal that has been made by Secretariat. Now, if I input into what
your line is very bad, Chair. I don't know if I'm the only one who's struggling to hear you. Your line is, you keep breaking.
We are driving, we are driving now, so not too sure I'm give it to others. Honorable Badlani, you can hear you.
I'm not sure if I'll be audible because I'm on the same drive as yourself. But thank you so much. Let me also welcome the work done by the Secretariat and the content advisors, and maybe a sense of clarity, Chair. As members of parliament, we are inundated with whistleblower information across the entities of the DCDT. And sometimes we really do not have the ability to engage those allegations because of scheduling of the portfolio committee. Is this going to be the standard operating procedure going forward, that when we receive whistleblower information, we are going to entertain it in this manner? If that is not the case, I would really urge us to really adopt this method. And it's really progressive, and it makes sure that we are also not reactive, but are proactive in dealing with the matters. So I do appreciate that, and I'm fully supporting the recommendations that have been made by both ministers so far. And Chair, the timing of the MDDA visit is set for the 11th of December. If I'm correct, Parliament rises on the 10th, and MDDA, it would be in Gauteng. Are we going to find the workforce still there? We are not in corporate, so I'm not quite sure when companies start winding down. If we have that confirmation, then I'm happy to second the date of the 11th, but only if we are guaranteed that it will not be a jolly ride. The people that should be providing answers to the portfolio committee will be available and not be told that they have already taken their December leave. So if that assurance is available, I'm happy to support the date of the 11th. But I do think that the visit to the MDDA is long overdue. As Mr. Ngoma has said, we have been inundated with a lot of issues that have been happening at MDDA, and we did defer it from the 6th Parliament. So it is really something that has become urgent, Chair. Thanks.
Members is supporting the Secretariat, and maybe let's request Dean Morano to respond to the questions surrounding will the department and the officials of MDDA be available. And the comment you made, regarding is this the standard operating procedures? My sense is that every whistleblower's complaint should be processed before to Secretariat, so that it's given to audience, and they will triage it and decide is there merit in taking it forward. What we should not be guilty of is ignoring any whistleblower, or to consider any whistleblower's input to us to be unimportant. So maybe that would be my response to the first point. Maybe let's invite Dear Morolong to respond to the issue surrounding availability of the staff. And then maybe Secretary Joe want to have a bite around the standard operating procedures and how we process whistleblowers. Dear Morolong?
Sorry, I had veered off from the platform because I thought that you were discussing in-house matters. But I'm sure that there would be availability of staff whenever. When is
so the 11th of December, the committee is adopting an oversight visit to MDDA following some serious allegations from the whistleblower. So we have adopted that on the basis that we want a full complement of support staff, both from the department and from the MDDA to be there to receive the committee.
No. I can confirm that we will relay this communication to the staff, and we will make sure that they avail themselves for this inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Ngoma, you guys want to try and provide some clarity? So we also establishing some standard operating procedures and how we process
I'll try to respond, even though, as Honorable Yesha would have indicated earlier, that you're struggling to hear you, understanding that you're driving to Parliament. Members, the correspondence that comes through to the committee is addressed to the committee. So we might act as the support staff like we had done with the two before bringing it to the committee to say, to request that there be responses so that when we bring to the committee, we bring a comprehensive report, which is as what, yes, Honorable Bodlani will be doing, what the communication that we receive sometimes as such as the one of the MDDA, members would be perhaps have at sight of those emails, because ordinarily the MDDA staff would copy all the members of the committee when sending such information. Even if it is to the presidency, they would still copy the members and the support staff. So yes, Honorable Botlani, we will be tabling some correspondence that comes through that would have acted on, whether it's through a whistleblower or just the people that write to, or even members that write to the chair and to the committee, so that that committee is informed of such correspondence and communication. The issue of the 11th of December, Acting Chair, the DM would have responded to it. So I don't think there will be any further need for us to check on the availability. I think the DM has assured us that that still be there. It's just safe to say that if that oversight visit was to be conducted to Parliament, it would be expected all of us to be still in office until the 15th of December, where we normally go on compulsory leave, something that is quite different from the departments and entities out there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ngoma. May I then suggest, what I would propose then is that for all whistleblowers queries, maintain a spreadsheet with the numerical sequence, date received, date of complaint, and then how did we process it. So at any point in time, as a committee, we have a running record of the whistleblowers that have been complaints that have been received. With this thought that no whistleblower will be considered to be unimportant, and then we obviously have to consider the merits and triage them and decide whether how we want to process it further. So maybe that's my reflection on how we manage that going forward from a procedure point of view. Honorable members, honorable members have greatly assisted me and assisted us in terms of achieving our objectives. We do have 10 minutes available. Honorable Botlani is in the same bus as myself. Let me thank all the dear Morolong, the heads of the various departments, the officials who have been with us. I think it was an exceptionally engaging meeting today. I think we managed our term exceptionally well. And that should be the standard on the bench.
Acting Chairperson, we've lost you completely. We cannot hear you at all.
Seminkosi.
Good afternoon, Ms. Botlani.
I think the chair was just making closing remarks, and I don't think there's to continue with the agenda. If you confirm that, maybe you can then assist with closing the meeting.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Botlani, yes, you are correct. As such, he has been disconnected. So I'd like to thank the members and the members of the executive and everyone else in attendance. The meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Good day.